even though there's a fight, and there will be a fight from fossil fuel industry and what have you, because nobody's going to sit down, and take it lying down for you to do your sustainable thing and just, do it like a walk in the park. They will put up a fight, the lobbies in D.C. and so on. They will show you that, oh, no, 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 no. We make money from this thing, and so you are not going to bring your green thing. Even though you and I know that sustainability, the whole concept of sustainability, even though the green revolution is a big part of it, as we engage and have the conversation again, you would notice that the human agent, the human being, and our lifestyle and our attitudes and our thinking, everything about us impacts even the sustainable development goals and the recovery from the pandemic. That is, how to come back from the negative impact of the pandemic. Everything is going to be driven by the human being and looking at the human being's value system. In fact, yesterday in conversation with Vicky, I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about sustainability and all of that. And she said, no, we've had a lot of that already. So I said, okay, yes, we've had a lot of that already. So let me come from this angle and talk about who is the critical center of the transformational agency and all of these things we're talking about. It is the human being. It is the human agent. And that's why I look at the Colombia model and the Singapore model, because it speaks, it sort of says it, so loudly. Now, you will notice that I choose my words, very carefully, and I say seismic and revolutionary transformational change, because again, Africa, we do need this kind of rocking and shaking, to bring us the change. I remember a friend of mine who used to be Africa's representative for Oracle. Oracle is to the digital revolution as Apple is to iPhones. And he told me, based on all of the research and everything that's been done, Africa is about 250 years behind in, a lot of these things. I don't know whether they say it to scare us or whether they say it so we can, run to IMF and borrow some more money. I don't know. But my point is that if this is true, then the kind of revolutionary, the kind of transformational change we should be talking about and engaging should be more revolutionary. In other words, we should be up and going and up and doing a little quicker. And if you are an African like I am, and you understand our people in this context, you know that one of the major negative ethos and the wiring of us as Africans is we think the world will wait for us. We think the world has to wait for us. We think everybody has to wait for us. Hey, wait. You're running too fast. We need to catch up with you. This has been part of our story, and this has been part of our dealing. And so this is part of the reason why I believe we still talk about the good old colonial days and still blame the white man and still blame the colonial masters, when in fact, the story, we were the slave traders ourselves. Well, that's another conversation. This is not for real estate. But rethinking entrepreneurial leadership, why do I keep going back and forth with this thing? Is this thing working? Okay, it's supposed to be going, okay, this way. So entrepreneurial leadership puts the human being as the agent of this transformational change at the center of achieving the sustainable development goals and resilient recovery. That's the topic Vicky gave me, resilient recovery. A recovery that's resilient, that will stand the next pandemic and stand the next test. That is going to be driven by looking at the human being who is at the center of this change. We make the argument, therefore, that entrepreneurial leadership, which is primarily quality of thinking, is what generates lifestyle, habits, and attitudes, which will be at the heart of achieving SDGs and making progress in resilient post-pandemic recovery. What it means is, again, excuse me, allow me to sip a little bit. If you look at, and I'm going to preempt myself, if you look at the, again, the Singapore, model. Singapore used to be a part of Malaysia, and Singapore was primarily slum. We have a few slum like that. They slept with their cows and their cattle, share the bed, take half of the bed, and then the cattle take the other half. Not only that, but one of the things that Lee Kuan Yew, their first leader, had to deal with was spitting. They spit and chew gum a lot. And they didn't like living in high-rise homes and all of that. Now, these cannot really be legislated against, even though you can legislate. I believe the two go together, dealing with the whole value system whose base is thinking and mindset. That plus enforcing compliance. These two, I believe, is what aids the human being to be the basis for transformational change. In other words, without this leader thinking of the people, and one of the things they did was to make sure that they brought these successful, quote-unquote nations to train their people, train their workforce, and nobody was left out. Nobody was left out. In other words, human capital development was the drive. Human capital development was the drive. Values, 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 values was the drive. And as a result, Singapore is what it is today. I believe it's the same. You can draw parallels between, Singapore and Dubai and Colombia. For me, Colombia is an even bigger miracle story than all of these, because as you and I know, no country on the face of the earth, and I stand to be corrected, but no country on the face of the earth was more drug invested and understood the drug trade than Colombia. Colombia is responsible for more than 75% of all of America's drug, problems, and really the rest of the world. They were just masters at it. But what happened to, this country, which was literally trash? What happened to it? Again, the human being was at the center of it. And let me make these quick points, a couple of points before I continue. Again, the human being, the human being, the human being, the human agent, his values, which all premises on thinking, mindset, quality of thought, quality of mindset, is always going to be key. Because I'll give you another example. In our education system here, and I'm going to be a bit blunt, let's talk Ghanaians, Ghana. There's this gentleman who made a lot of noise in the news some time back about the fact that employers cannot really use university graduates because it's almost like they can't think. He was not blunt. No, and there's a lot of truth in it, because you see, the system is such that you and I know it just delivers some academic, capacity building without really engaging what they call life skills, but for us, soft skills, but for us, we call it life skills. Now, several years ago, I used to sit not in a business company, but a church in the U.S. in North Carolina, in a city called Cary, actually RDU, Raleigh-Durham, Cary, Chapel Hill, that triangle, quadrangle place. And this is where the church was. And every Tuesday was what they call staff development. So we would be taught and we'll be trained. Everything was capacity building. And listen to what happened. Then this guy comes and he's teaching about letter writing. And so he says, oh, do you know we don't write letters, you compose letters. Now, from the music background, I got it. I said, oh, okay. So a lot more thinking, a lot more thought goes into letter writing And so, as part of the capacity building here, I realized that the reason a CEO is able to trust a PA and give them ideas and say, go write me this letter to this business and bring it to me and da 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 da, the CEO knows he can rest because the letter will come really well done, is because of the understanding of the efficiency in writing a letter on behalf of the CEO, capturing the thinking of the CEO, and so on and so forth. Now, if you're a CEO or whatever position you occupy with employees, you know as well as I do that it's a bit of a challenge giving a letter in the hands of a graduate to say, go write me this letter, give them ideas, and without you not having to correct it about 52 times. And that is just the blunt truth. So that is really the conversation that has to be, or that has to happen at this Africa Real Estate Conference if we are going to talk about entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship is thinking, and all the values that go with it. Lifestyle, attitudes, habits is what impacts everything. Again, in the Singapore model, especially this whole conversation about sustainability and resilient recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic. As we will study in the Columbia Transformational Model, Switzerland-based startup Sustainability Compass have recently partnered with, okay, now I'm going to be like my Professor Morris. I need some help to pronounce this. Diseño Sostenible Colombia. Did I get it right? Oh, shoot. Hey, I need some help in here now, Morris. To promote products aimed at informing people. Now, this is a huge part of Colombia. Drug dealers. Heavy. This is the world's top drug dealers, and this is how they transform. They had to focus on the people. And what did they do? They promoted products. That means knowledge products and other products, but primarily knowledge products, aimed at informing people how their behavior and their habits can have negative effects on the environment and how they can make positive changes. I have told this story of how, we have a place called Laboni Cantonment. It's quite a high-priced area. And I happened to be there. I was just buying fresh coconut, to go drink. And then my eyes caught something really interesting. I saw this guy who literally, right in the middle, it's like a T-junction. And what joins the T-junction, this, goes from the AU village, that is at the Olive Garden, those places. I think Kuala is there. And this guy stood right there, and then he unzipped like that, public, open view, and started peeing. So as he peed, I was so shocked, I screamed. I said, "Hey!" And then he went like this. Now, here's what's even more shocking. He came out of a bus load of people, and that day was May Day. They all had May Day T-shirts, so they were supposed to be from one of these government institutions or so. Now, he and they kind of were like, they spoke in Ghana. And I'll say it and I'll translate. It means, hurry, let's just get out of here. Now, these were definitely staff of some institution. I won't tell you the name because I have to protect them. But this guy peed, whether he's devaluing the value of that real estate piece, he didn't care. He just peed. And I was lucky I wasn't too close, because that was a bus load of, people who supported that behavior, that human behavior, endorsed it, and actually encouraged him with that mindset and that negative value system to say, it doesn't matter, Laboni cantonments, and so what? Pee and let's go. So Colombia had to do this. So let's put entrepreneurial leadership in context. Entrepreneurial leadership is the process by which individuals or a group of individuals, entrepreneurs, exploit a commercial opportunity either by bringing a new product or process to the market or by substantially improving an existing good, service, or method of production. So this is about the conventional. Okay, but as I said, we have to rethink entrepreneurship and look at it as a leadership and as part of the holistic leadership model. An entrepreneur is a person who starts a new business and usually risks his own financial capital to start the venture. All of these we know already about entrepreneurship. And all of these will be part of engaging the sustainability goals and, of course, doing our comeback or engaging our comeback from the pandemic and from the effects of the pandemic. So entrepreneurial leadership make up those clear and specific values that come together to create solution models to improve life. True entrepreneurial leadership focuses on developing these values, which in turn will produce the results and thereby make money. Part of the reward system. True entrepreneurial leadership chases and focuses on the fulfillment of the vision and its goals and not the money at the first start. Now, the restricted conventional meaning, if you talk about entrepreneurship, especially in the African context, here in Ghana, is show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. In other words, the money first. Excuse me. But I have realized that wealthy people, and I mean loaded people, as we say here in the local parlance, really wealthy people, strong, wealthy people, apart from the fact that they are quiet and don't talk, they understand long term. Long term. Long term. They understand how to focus on creating the world long term because they think generationally. That is a critical value which has to be part of our capacity development in this context of Africa if we're going to deal with sustainability goals and deal with the comeback from the pandemic. Entrepreneurship from this point of view, will have to be the base, at the base of the conversation if we are going to discuss now and make, sense of it. So, the first time I heard, money is a reward system. Money is part of the reward system. I said, what are you talking about? So, of course, then I found out that really your focus is first on delivering the goods, products, and services, and then the reward is money. You and I know that we've always put it the other way around. No, give me the money first. Since there are no politicians here, I can say this, just like our politicians do. An entrepreneur is one who organizes, manages, and assumes the risks of an enterprise. An entrepreneur visualizes a business, takes bold steps to establish undertaking, coordinates the various factors of production, and gives it a start. So all of this, I want you to understand how inherent values that impact us, again, thinking, lifestyle, attitudes are all embedded in here. Entrepreneurial mindset is a set of skills that enable people to identify and make the most of opportunities, overcome and learn from setbacks, and succeed in a variety of settings. That means resilience, staying power, all of it is all in here if we are looking at entrepreneurship. So it's really not the money first, it's the values first. It's the values first. It's the principles first. It's the mindset first. That should be the focus, at least in our African context, if we are going to develop real estate as the basis for wealth, as so many of these nations have done. Entrepreneurship as stated before, has to do with more than money. It is not just about financial value, it's about holistic value. It is the ability to create something out of nothing. An entrepreneur is someone who takes an idea and develops it into a full-blown reality. So now let's look at the values, because we need to examine the values. See, we need to examine the values because, again, here in the African context, I believe you need to break things down. We need to break things down, because otherwise what happens is you're going to throw things, so much language, verbiage, verbals, lingo, over the heads of people, and I guarantee you it's going to be the reason why we've been crawling as Africa, even though we sit on the wealthiest continent. A German company who did a research for marketing said 72% of Africa is 25 and below. I went myself to the AU, which used to be OAU, the AU, I was going to say AU Village, no, the AU website. This was several years ago, about 8 years ago, and I looked at the AU Youth website, and at that time, the data said 65% of this continent was 35 and below. You know what that means? That means this is where the future is. And the world knows this is where the future is. This is the youngest continent. It is true. Europe and many parts of Europe don't have it like that. So what does that mean? It means we will have to have an understanding and appreciation for why the values, the human being should really be the focus, the initial focus, the first step. And then, of course, we need compliance. I missed the KPMG, but I'm told they did a great work on compliance. We need the two together, and then these two, I believe, will help us understand and properly position entrepreneurship, and then we'll be ready. Let me tell you this quick story, and then we'll continue quickly run through. There's a cousin of mine. She's one of the former Chief Justices of Ghana. She told me this story. She used to be the president of the African Federation of Judges and, Chief Justices and so on. And she said, now, as part of her work, she had to be at every AU conference. And this is what she said. She said, and she called me also, she said, you won't believe this, that when we go to the AU conferences, from, as we say in our local parlance here, from 19 Kojohoho, that means from before Adam was born. He said, you won't believe the stockpile of proposals. He said, bright ideas that are still collecting dust from the 19 whatever. Sitting there, no implementation, and guess what she said? She said, the presidents meet and they keep piling on the stockpile of ideas. It's paperwork. Now, if you understand why in the African context, and again globally, the human being has to be at the center, and the values has to be at the center of this whole discourse and conversation for transformational agenda, especially entrepreneurship, but rethinking it, let's call it entrepreneurial leadership. Taking it further down, entrepreneurial leadership values. And why we should be examining the values and looking at the values, it is because of things like this, the stockpile of papers that never see the light of day. And guess what? Keep piling, nothing ever happens. And that's why I'll say this. I am thankful, to God for Vicky, because, you see, this is it. The only reason we are sitting here today enjoying, and everybody's been so thankful for the connections, the network, and everything, and all the benefits, because she doesn't believe in stockpile. She believes in one value called initiative. She believes in another value called risk-taking. She believes in another value called vision. She believes in another value called all of that. And that is why we're here today. That's why Colombia is where they are today. That's why Singapore is where they are today. That's why Dubai is where they are today. So, entrepreneurial leadership, entrepreneurship values are sets of principles and ideals that drive and guide behavior. Entrepreneurial values are basic and fundamental beliefs that guide and motivate attitudes and actions. They help to determine what is important and give structure and purpose to what is meaningful and what one stands for. One of the truest things about entrepreneurship is that entrepreneurial leadership is selfless. Selfless in leading others in the achievements of the clear vision and assign goals for the greater good. And again, I'm going to use Vicky here as an example. At the heart of entrepreneurship, I believe, is this value called selfless. Because really, you set up the entity, you set up the company, and it's to offer goods, services, products, and then the reward is money. And it's not always money. We Africans don't quite get that. That is not always money. You can also reap the reward in kind. No. It has to be show me the moolah, the moolah. So what we're saying is that it is all of these possibilities are driven by this value called selfless. Because outside of it, then you have no business being an entrepreneur. You have no business discussing entrepreneurship. You have no business looking at entrepreneurship. So the truest form, in my view, I want to submit to the House, of entrepreneurial leadership and entrepreneurship has to do with serving a larger purpose than yourself, thinking beyond yourself, serving the greater good than yourself. That means people outside of you are part of your reward system and are part of the enterprise of your entrepreneurship. So, she comes from Chicago. She comes to sit here knowing nobody, even though a Ghanaian does all the things she does. I cannot say some of the sacrifices she's made, but it will blow you away. It will blow you away. She's done all kinds of things, sold all manner of things, all of that, because love for country. Yesterday, as we stood out there, she just looked and she was like, oh, I thank God that this conference is going well. I'm so happy that people network. And I've been telling her, myself and Morris, we said, Vicky, you need to make some money too. Oh, well, I'm happy that people are happy and people are. That's a true entrepreneur. And for me, that is the panacea and the remedy for another cliche and for the benefit of those of you who are not typical Ghanaians and so you don't understand what I'm about to say. We have like a lingo we say, this is not your father's business. This is government business. Now, that captures this attitude that says, let the air condition stay on. Who cares? Leave. We'll come back tomorrow. After all, who pays the bill? Do you pay the bills? You get your salary at the end of the month. Let's just get out of here. And that's the mantra in the public sector. And we have it a lot here. So, Singapore would never have arrived where they are, Colombia, Dubai, all of these models, if this particular bit had not been dealt with. So we look at the values very quickly. Vision, this value has within it the capability to capture the future in pictures and utilizes the imagination to create tomorrow as pictures in today. As a great leader once said, vision is more powerful than sight. I'll say it again, vision is more powerful than sight. Sight is short-sighted to today. Now, this one is Eric Kwapong. Sight is short-sighted to today. Vision stretches to capture and determine tomorrow's bright hopes and great possibilities. This is a critical attribute that is needed. In fact, and let me say this, submit to the House, I am at the place personally where I believe, and we global change makers believe, that the kind of quality people who must be presidents and leaders in government should be entrepreneurial, minded leaders. They should be strong. They would not necessarily have to be entrepreneurs per se. Because in the space of entrepreneurship, there are those who will take it to totally different levels. And that's understandable. Your Warren Buffetts, your Elon Musk, your Dan Gotes of Africa, your Mosi Ewers of South Africa, and so on, Zimbabwe, Southern Africa. All of these individuals will take the whole, concept of entrepreneurship to a totally, different level. Your Bill Gates and so on. However, my submission to you this morning is entrepreneurial leadership capability to a certain basic degree is the gift and the endowment of all creation because, and again, I quote that part of the American Constitution that says we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. That means all women. I just believe, I quoted it somewhere and somebody, man, there were two people, they jumped at me. Don't you say that here. Who tells you America believes in that all men are created equal? Those murderers. Don't you ever say that here, otherwise you don't step foot in here. And I said, no. I was just taking the meat from the statement that all of us are endowed. Nobody is really born, unlucky. Because if we were born unlucky, then it's a contradiction that Africa is the wealthiest continent and yet the most impoverished. It's because the people and the capacity building in terms of values are not at the center of the conversation. And that's why it's so. I believe so. So, this value, entrepreneurship, that is visionary, is critical for achieving SDGs and making resilient recovery happen. Vision. I'm telling you, vision. If Africa needs anything, it is visionary leadership. Visionary leadership. And even though we're not discussing the Kagame model, the Kagame model also includes all of that. Innovative and creative thinking. Innovative and creative thinking is generating and implementing a significantly new idea, method, or product. And creativity is creating or originating new ideas and being inventive. Innovative and creative thinking is going to be key in achieving SDGs. So you notice the two key words here, significantly new ideas, methods or products, and that will be key in taking us forward. As we'll examine in the Singapore Green Revolution today, Singapore has become a sustainable city. Did I get it right? Singapore has become a sustainable city with clean air and a clean living environment, a great supply of water and beautiful green spaces. What many people overlook, however, is the fact that no good thing springs out of nowhere. It is vision, innovative, and creative thinking that produce the new Singapore model. And this is what will produce the Africa model, the Ghana model. Problem solving. Problem solving is the way by which solutions are created to remove an obstacle from achieving an ultimate goal. When one problem is solved, every problem is inherent with its own solutions because problems and solutions deal with perspective. When I heard that in the Chinese lingo, there's no word for crisis. The word crisis, I don't know. I'm not an anthropologist. I'm not a linguistic anthropologist, Chinese. But I'm told the word crisis in Chinese means opportunity. So if in the minds of this group of people, if crisis means opportunity, no wonder they are in our galamsey spots. Because they see opportunity. Staying power, and this is so key. And let me just say this as I try to draw this to a close. We'll just read through the models and we'll be done. Let me say that for most of you, these fundamental values in the whole, in the whole conversation about building capacity, human capacity, is too little for you because it's like, kindergarten for you. Well, trust me, for us as Africa, it's not kindergarten. It's so critical. And I can guarantee you for most parts of the world, it is so critical. Because this is really the basis for the success, and this is where Africa has always kept missing it. It's great to have the big, high-sounding, letters behind your name and all of that, but I can guarantee you Africa is still missing the basics. We're still missing the basics. Real fight perseveres through adversity and becomes stronger for it. Picking your fights is important, but once you've committed, you stick to it. So staying power, Vicky has a lot of it because nobody does this in Ghana. We didn't want her, and even now we don't want her. We say, Vicky, go home. But she's like, I'm staying, and I'm doing this thing. So we need a bit of that. Courage is bravery, mental or moral strength to venture, persevere, and withstand danger, fear, or difficulty. Courage is at the heart of any successful model, whether an individual, society, business, entity, or nation. I'm told, and the story, if you read Lee Kuan Yew in the Singapore model, it was going to be a difficult thing for him to move Singaporeans to stop spitting, stop chewing gum, putting gum all around, and gathering the courage to live in high rise. But guess what? Like they say, you bite the bullet and you just do it. So this is so critical and this is so important even in our leaders and, of course, leadership at all levels. Moral uprightness and integrity, soundness in character and of moral principles is key. Integrity is important. Words such as candor, conscience, credibility, ethics, among others, resonate. And I remember in Morris's class, questions that border on ethical behavior among what we used to call estate agents here, where it's dog eat dog. You don't care whether this guy has signed a contract, man, let me boot him out. Even though the guy at the, helm of the affairs knows he has a contract with this agent, but he will sign with 20 more. And I will tell you, if there's anything that really is an issue here, it is this value, and it is critical. We need to collaborate, and we need to be community in order to understand entrepreneurship. So all of these, in my view, as basic as they are fundamental. Fundamental. So let me close with these. Okay, we've said all of that already. Now let's do Singapore. Singapore is a country widely known for its economy and resources. Today, Singapore has become a sustainable city with clean air and a clean living environment, a great supply of water and beautiful green spaces. And we learned a lot of that. And today, the green revolution, as you know, is the conversation. But again, it was the people, touching the thinking is the most difficult part of entrepreneurship, but that's what entrepreneurship is about. What many people overlook, however, is the fact that no good thing springs out of nowhere. We want to take a look at Singapore and how they incorporated some entrepreneurial leadership values in their strive for development. In efforts to provide employment, look at what they did. For their people, the leaders of Singapore, of course, Lee Kuan Yew, began to experiment with globalization. You see, that's thinking outside beyond the, the small confines. They knew they had to depend on the developed world and convince multinational corporations to manufacture their goods in Singapore. In order to attract investors, Singapore had to create an environment that was safe. Now, these were people who spit, chew gum, don't like to live, slum. I cannot mention the name here, but we have a slum not too far from here. I'm telling you, and I am told by the history, and this was somebody I introduced Vicky to. This lady is the doyen of real estate. She's the boss. And so she told me this story that our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, actually relocated them in another part of town called Medina, because Medina means new town or new city. But guess what? Because they love the lifestyle, they love to, do what they do, the lifestyle, the attitudes, the mindset, the thinking, everything. They came back and some of them rented the homes they were giving in Newtown. And Not only have they occupied where they occupy right now, but they've crawled into some of the most expensive real estates called Roman Ridge and some of these neighboring areas. You'll be amazed at how the human factor can alter everything and can make this conference useless if we don't touch the human being at the center. So this is Singapore. They thought globalization, and so in order to achieve this, citizens had to give up a large measure of their freedom, and thus their leadership bordered on autocracy. They demonstrated the entrepreneurial value of change of mindset. They realized that if they wanted to make a difference in their lives, they had to do something new and different. All of this was under this great leader's leadership. The experts on democracy can argue against the autocracy all they want, but at least today Singapore is the model we all read like the Bible or like the Quran. By 1972, just 7 years after independence, 1/4 of Singapore's manufacturing firms were either foreign-owned or joint venture companies, and both the United States and Japan were major investors. As a result of Singapore's steady climate, favorable investment conditions, the country's gross domestic product experienced annual double-digital growth. And this was the result of their actions, deliberate, intentional actions. This thing is not working. What's going on? As foreign investment money poured in, Singapore began focusing on developing its human resource in addition to its infrastructure. The country set up many technical schools and paid international corporations to train their unskilled workers in information technology, petrochemicals, and electronics. For those who could not get these industrial jobs, the government enrolled them in labor-intensive, untradable services such as tourism and transportation. Their strategy of having multinationals educate their workforce paid great dividends for the country. They showed entrepreneurial leadership by including everyone in this change. They moved with the understanding that if they wanted to make any significant change, they had to work on everyone. Let me say this real quick. And again, to those of us here, Ghanaians, Africans, we listen to all of these, plenty of morning shows and so on. You will be amazed sometimes when you hear the conversation. And the conversations on our radio stations in these talk shows, they influence people because there's a little bit of, not very sophisticated thinking in this part of the world. And it is really so, because it can show in how we just believe anything, believe everything, and it's a worldly thing, it's a global thing, but if we're talking Africa real estate, my point is, what Singapore did by deploying the resources of experts, like we brought in Morris, and we brought in our two, resource material who are doing the CPM, the management training, and so on. I mean, we could have found them here, but we don't have them here. I'm sure if Vicky had them here, Vicky would use them. But because Vicky is looking for global standards, world-class standards, because that's where we have to come to. I mean, can you imagine this? You finished the class, and I attended the CIPS of Morris's class. I was about to make a confession, but I don't do it. But now I did it, and and the fact that you can even put realtor to your name and trade globally, that's an asset. That's a big asset. And my point is, how do you bring Morris and all of these individuals, again, because if Vicky could find them, he would have used them here, but she couldn't. So how then do you say, no, let's remunerate them locally? And I'm saying this intentionally and deliberately because that has been part of the big conversation on a lot of our morning shows and talk shows and so on. And sometimes your heart will ache because you wonder, do we want to go somewhere as a nation? Do we really want to go somewhere as a people? Are all these Africa real estate conferences going to benefit us in the long term? Are we really serious? Do we really want to make a change? And what we do is we target governments, the same people we put in power, and we point to them. I know it's a global thing, but I believe we can make the change if we start looking at Singapore and not being afraid to say, let's be part of the global world and let's bring them in here and let's bring the best skills and so on. So Singapore's governments, other agencies know that a green environment is not the only requirement to attract more investors through an alliance known as the Singapore Sustainability Alliance, an umbrella consisting, and that's an umbrella organization consisting of government groups, non-governmental organizations, and teaching institutions. Singapore has been able to come up with policies that create a sustainable environment, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to jump this because I think my time is up. So in the Colombia case is the same, very similar to Singapore. Drug dealer of the world was associated more with violence, drug wars, and murder than sustainability. Foreigners saw the city as one of the world's most dangerous places to visit, and cocaine was one of its most famous exports. Recently, according to IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook, Colombia ranks first in the region in the implementation of ethical practices. Ethical. When I read this, it really hit me. Colombia? Really? Ethical? Colombia, Bogota. But they were the first to implement ethical practices and sustainable development standards. Also one of the first countries to include the Sustainable Development Goals and its development plan, and is one of the top 5 countries that report the most sustainable practices. The Switzerland-based sustainability, we've talked about it. The Android and iOS app urges users to make more sustainable decisions, and this utilizes the principle of changing all persons in order to achieve the goal, and so on and so forth. And I think I'm done. Now, to conclude, 1988, I was in New York, New Jersey. I'm a priest, and I'm also a business person because I don't want to look in the way of the offering. I want to look in the way of my own money, my own moolah. So that's why I do what I do. That's why I'm after Vicky the way I am. But, yeah, that's why I don't want Morris to go, ever. I want him here. Rent a room for him. A house, not a room. But I was there, and then we had returned from one of the services. It was about a week-long service. I'll say this, and I'll go sit my butt in the seat. And so the lights suddenly went off, and I'm like, ooh, America, lights don't go out in America. But the lights went out. And so we came out, and this, was a hotel in the, the upper floor, and we stood in the lobby. And so these guys came, and it was the police. So when the police came, of course, they had this flashlights, so we could see the flashlights. Now, when they came, of course, we saw it. But then suddenly the lights all, came on, and we were in suits. African priests, we like to wear suits, so we were in suit. I mean, not anymore, really. But these guys came to us, and they said, is everything okay? That's the police. Yes, everything is okay. And so we got into this conversation. And so they asked us, they said, what do you do? We said, we're priests. We're here doing service. And one of them just said, oh, okay. In America, we can have people posing as priests, but are drug dealers. And then the New Jersey thing came, excuse me. Ooh. Anyway, Vicky understands that. So I'm like, excuse me, what did you say? Did you just say priests are drug dealers? And like they would say that we tore him up. The long and short, he said, oh, I'm sorry, I was just trying to make fun. I said, no, you don't make fun, especially with all that goes on there. So Then he told a story. He said, well, you know, drug is a big thing. Then he mentioned Colombia and all of that. And you know what he said? This is the policeman. He said judges are involved, senators are involved, there are Congress people involved. He said it's so big in this country, you have no idea. Now, I am sure that America lives and breathes every day, because I know they put in a lot of money into Colombia to try to get some transformation there, just as they've done to Africa. But guess what? Until they put entrepreneurial leadership values focused on the human being as the agent of transformation, it would never have happened. So the Colombia story can be our story. Singapore can be our story. Dubai can be our story, if we look at the education and look at our people. Thank you very much. Hello. Right. I am under instructions here, under authority. So, any questions? It's almost like any questions. Don't ask me questions, but you can ask us. I know, right?
Nanette Etoyene here. And my question to you is, what inspired you to start Global Changemakers? And then can you report what success quantitatively that Global Changemakers has made? Like, what report do you have?
Wow. Brother, him right there. We should have listened to you. Don't ask. But she did. Well, I'm just joking. Global Change Makers, first of all, the whole idea of youth, young people, I looked at my life, and revolutionary change in my view, as I've looked at my own life, looked at the world around me, I know has always taken place, you know, at a certain demographic group, because you know as well as I do that at a certain age you settle. You know, you don't really want to try new things. You love your ways. You like how you do it. So real transformation, you know, takes place, in my view, within this bracket. And so that's number one, seeing that if there's any change, anything going to happen to Africa, then we have to focus on this demographic. That's number one. Number two, looking at the data, I mean, about a decade ago, 65% of this continent is 35 and below. And this German company, and I will get the name and probably will send it, you know, around. But in 2020, just 2 years ago, is when they did this research, and they went into every nuke and cranny, and there are various factors that account for why 72% of this continent is 25 and below. So that woke me up some more. So that's point number two. And point number three, I guess you say a calling. I just felt this natural calling to give back, you know, to this very important group, this very important demographic group. There's a fourth one, which is this lady who's a professor of sociology from California University by name Jane Twenge. Twenge is Twenge. She has this book on, you know, the millennials and the Generation Z, and according to her, and I kind of agree with her, you know, findings. According to her, this group is almost like a lost generation all over the world, because Simon Sinek, this other guy, for those of you who've listened to him, who's also quite an authority on this, they say the biggest disease with this group, who we rely on for real change, have this sense of entitlement. So all of that together, plus the calling I feel, is what really fired me and empowered me, and sort of, drives me to do Global Change Makers. Actually, and I'll say this, Global Change Makers is undergoing a whole makeshift, a whole change. So we are, about to change the name and all of that. So we haven't really driven the thrust so much yet, but we're going to do it. The last point is quantitatively, Global Change Makers as Global Change Makers is not too old. I mean, old in terms of years and mileage. But even though we have not collected data, so I can give you quantitative data, specific data, we focus on the universities. And we've gone to Legon and, some of these places. When we say we've gone to Legon, we've had, strategic conversations with the registrars and the leadership and all that. But Knutsford University in East Legon, that's where we focused our activities. Our first activity, we had close to about 20 or so universities represented, and we go for the SRCs, the top leadership. And so we had over 20, we had a little over 100 people, all of them the critical leaders, decision makers in this tertiary institution. So the report they give us is that it's really life transforming in all of these engagements that we do. Vicky has been one of our resource people, and I'm looking to take Morris, the next time he comes back, and I'll definitely be grabbing, some of you here. But the report, again, without having strong data, specific data, has been really, really, really encouraging. Every Thursday, we are virtual. And so today we're going to be virtual. It's 8 to 9. And once a month, we do what you call open forum. And again, it's virtual. And that's 8 to 9:30 p.m. So we have the open conversation on some of the Thursdays. And that's the last Thursday of this September. We're going to have two people. This lady who is 40, who just turned 40, who is a multi-millionaire. Her company is called Food Pharmacy. She engages in utensils that are supposed to be part of the Green Revolution. And it's amazing what, her story. So we bring people like that who this demographic can, relate to. And so that's it. I think, you know how the politicians answer the question? They go round, they go round. Hope I haven't been one right now.
And quickly, just wanted to make a comment.
Yes,
I
yes,
think
ma'am.
a lot of times we don't realize that a lot of success of these big companies comes at the very basic level
Absolutely.
of an academic
Absolutely.
partnering with an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
So one without the other is where we miss the mark a lot of times. So when we partner the academic with the entrepreneur, we can make a lot of things happen.
And this is really our model. So I didn't want to say it because we haven't had anybody do it yet, but we model close to the Harvard Kennedy Business School of Government because it's all practical, because in Africa's context, Africa's most effective way of imbibing values is storytelling. So we put people before the young people, tell their lives, share their stories, and in the process, they learn the values. So the academics, they call us educational support. That's the name they call it. So we are sort of in the middle between the pure academic and then the pure life skills, what they call soft skill, but we call it life skills. So that's right where we are.
Excellent. The leadership you talked about, SRC, what does that stand for?
SRC, Student Representative Council, that is a student leadership. Because if the student leadership get it, then they go and disciple and bring in, their other. And that's my heart, for example, for them to be, part, and hopefully the next year as Vicky comes back with real estate, Africa real estate, we will have these university students really come in tertiary. And really, it's not just university. We also go down to the last two levels of high school because, as you rightly said, it has to start, young. But again, that's part of the deficit here. The long-term thinking it's not really part of us. I know everybody wants it quick, but we just believe that gradually. You see, it's a big fight, as you know. It's a big fight. If it were not a big fight, next year, March, Ghana is 66. We would have had our underground trains and all of that. If it were an easy fight, we would have been first world, by now. But and Africa would have been. We wouldn't just be talking about Rwanda. We'll be talking about South Africa. Look at Nigeria. That's our most populous. And yet, it's a big challenge. So it's a big fight, big push, and you're welcome on board. Thank you very much for joining us. We're done? Or one more? I thought you were going to save me. Okay, please go ahead. I'm just messing.
Thank you. I actually feel very privileged to have an opportunity to ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
During this week, I've been exposed to some very bright people, and a continuing theme comes up, and you hit every one of those points today, mindset. So to go immediately deeper, what's behind a mindset? The values, which you touched on. And I was about to ask you, how do you communicate the values that you would want people to embrace, to pursue? And at one of the last comments you made, I think maybe answered it, and I just wanted to recognize that, storytelling. How do you get people who don't share these values to accept, not necessarily replace, because I don't want to give up my value system, but how do I accept new values? I need to hear them from people I respect. I need to hear them from people who have embraced some of these new values and succeeded with them. And I'm not from Ghana. I don't tell stories here. But the Ghanaian leaders, the elders, whoever is in the right position to do that, are really the voice to the newer generation who can share these stories in whatever form is appropriate. So I was really glad to hear you say that, because I connect a lot with leadership just as a concept, but leaders without followers are just talking heads. There's no value. And just the connecting conversation about sharing different ideas and approaches, being exposed to other system successes. You brought great examples of successes elsewhere. America is a leader in many things, but it is not the only way at all.
Absolutely.
And it has many faults and problems.
Absolutely.
We learn a lot in America by trial and error. So what I shared to the rest of the world is learn from our errors first. Don't do what we do. But there's a lot of good things, of course, that can be done, and you see what some of those are. But starting at the basics, we could talk about road infrastructure, communications infrastructure, but to even get there, we need to embrace most of what you've said. And that comes down to the human decisions. And those decisions are based on values. So getting to work on the value system, sharing them, and storytelling them, if that's what needs to be done, really is the human way to do that. So thank you for bringing that message. I don't have any questions for you, but I really felt energized to respond to what you said, and I thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you too. Thank you too. Now, even though he didn't ask a question, I'd just like to say this, real quick. I'm sure you've heard here, and maybe it's globally, but particularly here, that the most successful, productive institution in this country is religion and faith, the church. The reason is we believe and have come to believe, and the work as a priest helps a lot in terms of the communication and then understanding our people, because you need to understand your people. You know what I'm saying? I got very offended the first time I was in America and I saw somebody, coming around and using their left hand, to put, the offertory in the bowl and different things, which were all part of my culture shock. But then I had to come to gradually understand and acculturate and reacculturate. It's the same. And I think that when you are a priest, you work in the religious space, the faith space, it helps a lot, because you are always looking for ways to drive home the points to sort of help people engage the transformational process. So that's number one. Number two is, and of course, others can speak from, other experiences as to how they communicate and how they get the change and how they're able to get, other transformation. But I would say this real quick before I say number two and I'm done, is that compliance, that means laws must work, laws don't work. And I'll not stand here pretending that I have not, tried to talk my way through a policeman, to say, I'm sorry, and he said, okay, so how am I going to spend Christmas? I said, the Lord is with you, go spend Christmas, And so, I mean, it's so big. The need here, I mean, thank God for Americas. America's had the foundations laid for over 200 years plus, and we are trying to get there. So it's again, it's people. It has to be people-centered, people-oriented, and the way to do it, I come back to it, is the story, storytelling. And the reason I picked out, the Harvard Kennedy School of Government is because, as you know, it's more of storytelling in a sense where people share their lives. And so that's our model as Global Changemakers Africa. We put the people before them. I mean, when Vicky came to share at Knutsford University, this was an entrepreneurship class. And she just shared her life, her story, and all of that, how she started, from the ground up. And people didn't know. None of us really knew that she was this big, doing all these big things, But what everybody picked out from her, the story of her life, was the tenacity, the fighting spirit, the staying power, these same values. Because, as you know, these same values is what has transformed America. Even though America is, on the deep end in, other things, as you rightly said, it's true. There are great, models, great lessons, great values to learn. But it's all putting successful people, and when I mean successful people, I mean all round. Because I'll be honest with you, there are some of our successful examples we can't put before these young people. Because it will be such a contradiction. Because it's, there'll be too many questions. But as much as possible, nobody's perfect though. Nobody's perfect. But you want the next generations to do better. So if you want them to do better than you, then you want to push and say, you know what, this is what you should do. And one of the things with us here, we are so conservative in our own way. We don't tell failures. We don't talk about, everybody has to look good. You have to look good. So you don't talk about your challenges, your trials, like we talk about Vicky and her family, and Vicky has a special child, special need. No. You can't say that here. Oh, she has a special child. That's the thing here. So it all contributes to people holding back and not being able to share, to say, listen, this is my life. I missed it here, I failed here, but I succeeded here, so follow me here, but don't follow me here. So all of this, I believe, has to be together, has to come together to help us do this storytelling. But thank you for being here, to be part of us and to be part of, the efforts and all of that. So, thank you very much. I think we are done. We're not? Yes, sir. Mike. He needs the microphone. Mike. Mm-hmm. Yes, you have a powerful voice.
The next level. So basically, in '88, you were part of a group that gave some of us who were quite lost. I lost my daddy in '88 going to secondary school.
Oh,
And I wouldn't have been able to go to the best secondary school in the world in Fansmim if it hadn't been for people like yourself and your group.
Now you're starting a fight.
Yes. So I was so challenged to say this. I thought, okay, he's had his time to do a presentation. We've had questions asked. But I felt strongly I needed to say this. But it's based on a point and a challenge I want to throw to you. So 88, yourself, Dr. Otabil, and a group of others gave some of us a chance. And today we can boast of having achieved quite a bit educationally, and we can take care of our families, and other people also can look up to us. So I have not come like face to face with you, but you've influenced me in so many ways, even in the act of public speaking. I have to say this to you. Now, I'm a bit disappointed to an extent for priests, loads of them. And there are a lot of very good examples to look at in the matter of leadership. You mentioned a certain 80% of the youth growing up and looking for someone to follow or to actually give some direction to. Sadly, our politicians have not lived up to the bidding. And you see a group of very thriving, intelligent young people coming up, and the model they see of politicians is very sad. It's all about the grabbing. But when they look at the priesthood side of things, that is supposed to be even better, now it becomes worse in that picture. So I'm throwing a challenge. And this is not any personal thing. I'm only asking you to expand your scope on bringing the upcoming youth who are looking for followership and sense of entrepreneurship, that if you could do this a little bit to expand to our leadership, because we're having this beautiful thing here. Obviously, you didn't want to give it all out there, but Vicky has put in a lot, and her team, I know. But who will take the decisions of all the beautiful discussions we're having here? They're not here. But when we look up to these people, all you see is the next available opportunity to grab. And so you need to actually push it way up there. The youth are looking for that followership, and they're lost. All they hear, you talked about morning shows. You have faceless people who sit behind the mics in the mornings, and they tend to find a way to get the youth to follow them because they don't have anyone to follow. So we are lost. And the priests are not showing the way. In the pulpit, we are preaching how next you can get that beautiful car. And it doesn't matter if you can buy a private jet and all that. It is all about materialism. And we're losing it. So I'm throwing that challenge to you. We can do better than this. That's what I wanted to say.
I hear you. Wow. So, Vicky, is religion and faith a part of the Africa real estate? No, I'm just kidding. But thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I believe, and it's interesting you mentioned Dr. Otabil, because in that fraternity, I would say to you that there are quite a number of priests, as it were, whose heart and whose passion, the consuming passion. And by the way, what you just, spoke about is not really peculiar to Ghana. As you know, in America, it's even worse, and other parts, places. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. They are still a good load. I can guarantee you, because for most of them, I kind of happen to have close range knowledge of their heartthrob, where their heart is, and so on and so forth. And so I can tell you honestly that there's a silent push, and there's also coming a violent push by the priests in this direction, exactly as you have mentioned. So I can guarantee you that I'm not the only one making this push. There's the others, loads of my contemporaries and so on, who are really, really pushing. Now, for us as global change makers, our leadership, the pillars are four: faith leadership, transformational leadership, entrepreneurial leadership, and then, of course, the IT space, the digital space, that these four pillars are the pillars of leadership we drive. Now, the reason we put faith leadership first is not to teach religion, but just teach the moral compass. That's why we talk about moral uprightness and so on. I mean, just some decency. I mean, this Japanese guy who was introduced to me do this, so I did the introduction and all of that. And I said, okay, can we do this contract? And the other guy was like, oh, no. With the Japanese, a handshake, you can trust a handshake. Well, can you trust a handshake all over the world these days? You can't. Even among the Japanese. If somebody did a homemade gun to, kill a former president, something would never happen. Nobody ever thought would happen in Japan. Then it tells you the world is kind of drifting away gradually in some of these values. So it's a big issue, but I can guarantee you that there's a thrust, there's a drive, there's a movement to address this. Secondly, you see, like yourself, and everybody here who attends one church or the other, if you're a Muslim, you go to, the mosque to pray, read the Quran. And with Global Changemakers, we have Muslims, we have Christians. It's a non-faith, movement. So everybody's there. Everybody participates, wherever your faith, non-faith, whoever. And what we do is to empower people that you too, and especially for the Christians, you're also a priest. I mean, we won't go into, the Christian faith, any preaching here, but really, part of the fundamental truths about the New Testament is we're all a kingdom of priests. We just do different functions, but really, you are also as much eligible, you are also as much capable, you also have the same access to God in prayer. You too are a priest. So, what I'm saying is we have to share in this burden. We have to share in this drive. And as I welcomed our sister, I want to welcome you on board, for joining us, because we're going to do this thing. We have to do this. If we don't do it, there's nobody who will do it for us. Again, I thank God that, Vicky has been resilient. Of course, the values, I just chose some basic, just basic, but really, it's far more. And dealing with putting the human being at the center of this whole conversation and transformational change, we have to, and that's why I believe in the collaborative and community thing. We used to tease the Indians. We say, if you find a passport that has gone, there's a last name I won't mention, but they own the shops, they own the wealth, especially of the UK. They used to tease, they say, you can be sure that everybody traveled on the same passport, because that's just how bonded they are, if you understand me. I know some of you will be looking at it funny. It's like, really? Well, it's just to say nobody leaves anybody behind. That's just, even if it means, doing it the other way. So thank you, sir. Thank you. And it will be done. Morris, what are you doing here, my professor?
I just want to make a comment. This is some really, really great discussion. And I see a commonality all over the world. We as people rely on other people, other humans, for our livelihood day in and day out. All the politicians, all the priests, all the teachers. But until we take responsibility for our own communities, for our own actions, for our own leadership, knowing that there are youth coming behind us, watching how we act, watching how we engage, and emulating that as they move forward, we're going to continue to be in this same place. We forget often that priests and politicians are human. And I am no rah-rah politicians, because I think that there could be a better system. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm not going to go into that whatsoever. But at the end of the day, if you want real change starts with you. Real change starts with me bringing individuals into my businesses, into my entrepreneurial experiences, and providing them with the opportunities to succeed. So I challenge all of us to stop relying on others to make the change and start relying on ourselves to walk the change and be the change we want to see. Thank you.
I think we should put a really huge round of applause. And I'll just say this real quick to it. You know, we have a situation going on in this country. And I don't mean to talk down. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that there are other aspects of it. And again, Morris, what you just said is one of our biggest diseases in my view, in this part of town. And can I say this? Especially amongst we black people. Because you see, for example, there's this movement called hashtag Fix the Country. And it's okay, you know, because we must hold leaders accountable. But my problem with this kind of thinking is, when are you going to hold your own self accountable? For example, you know, with these things, there are videos that go around on social media, and there was this video that went around, and this young girl who said on the video, because, you know, these journalists, they like the sensationalism, so they give her the mic. Yes, what's the problem? What has this government done? What's the president done? How do you want to kick his butt? And da-da-da-da. And then she said, well, I have 3 children. I am 35 years. And I'm quoting her literally. I have 3 children, and I have, 35 years, and life is too tough for me. And guess what? So the journalist asked him, so where's the father of the 3 children? Well, the 3 children came from 3 different fathers, but, and so I looked, I said, how can you hold government responsible for you going to do what you did with 3 different men to produce 3 children, and you don't know where the fathers are, and you're going to, so you hit the nail, I'll buy you lunch.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Eric Kwapon. We call him Bishop. Please, let's do it much better for you as he walks down and takes his seat. Conversations on leadership and ethical living can take us a whole day, but he's nailed it. And thank you. Please, a round of applause for yourself for contributing significantly to this one. Bishop, I had an interesting one yesterday. There was something on social media. Some school kids says one of their classmates has cursed them. And because of that, I don't know who has seen the video. Somewhere in Koko, their classmate has cursed them, so because of that, they can't learn well. So the government should come to their aid. And I'm like, oh, government. Government. All right, so thank you very much. We will zoom into our next conversation. So our next presentation will be done by a representative from the UN Habitats. The person to do the presentation is an inter-regional advisor of UN Habitat. He also provides technical and policy advice on a broad range of urban issues, including housing, SDG acceleration, and responding to crisis and rapid replacement. He's also a coordinator with UN Habitat's sub-program, Enhanced Shared Prosperity of Cities and Regions, and the global flagship initiative, SDG Cities. Previously, this gentleman headed UN Habitat's regional office for Arab states, and prior to that, UN Habitat's country program in Iraq, where he led the UN's work there on land, housing, and shelter. He's had wonderful experience working in NGOs in countries such as Sri Lanka, Kenya, and Kosovo in reconstruction and slum upgrading. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the interregional advisor at UN Habitat, Mr. David Aubrey. Please, a round of applause for him.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this excellent conference. It's really an honor to be here. And I think what we recognize in the United Nations is that we really need to work together. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is a all of society action. It requires absolutely the entrepreneurs to work with government and civil society to get it done. So I feel very honored to be invited. Difficult act to follow, so the bar is high, but I really appreciated the earlier presentation as well, which really indicates that to get the SDGs done, it requires changes in the people's values and the way that what is our bottom line? Is it just a commercial bottom line, or do we really see the need for a triple bottom line of economy, social, and environmental? So I'll kind of build on this theme as I present what we're doing now. So the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, you're familiar with it, and what I love about it is that it's not a mysterious thing which some professors somewhere conjured up and the UN has been trying to enforce on the rest of the world, but it is basically the stuff that excites us, the stuff that sometimes keeps us awake at night. You know, we're all looking for a world where poverty is reduced, you know. We all want a world where people can be treated as equals, where women and men are equals, and where there are opportunities for our youth to get educated, where as we see changes in climate patterns and the rains don't come as they used to come and the heat is much hotter or whatever it is, you know, we also see the need to really accelerate our achievement of the SDGs and address issues such as climate. And in different places that I go, there are different priorities. For instance, even last week I was in Portugal, and they share this amazing coast that you have of the Atlantic, and they're trying to work on how to deal with the issue of fish, the underwater environment, the surfers, the tourists, the fishermen, and so that we share the benefits of the natural resources around us. So I think the SDGs are a fantastic agenda because they just resonate with everyone, everywhere. And I think it's important now we've got 8 years left, so we're really concerned now, what are going to be the accelerators of achieving SDGs? And what is the role of business and entrepreneurship in that? The question we're asking in UN Habitat, so the UN has many different agencies that sort of specialize in different things. So UN Habitat is the UN agency that specializes in cities and in housing and urban development. So we're wondering, can our cities be our hope for achieving the SDGs? And if we look at, have we got a flashlight here? I don't know. No, I think I've just switched my presentation off. Okay. So what we've seen in the last decade, actually, in the last 2 decades, is a fundamental and global transition from a world that's been predominantly urban ever since the world was created to a world that is now predominantly urban. And this transition actually took place in 2008. And what we see is, if we look at the map at the top, the green, I don't know why they chose these colors, but the green is actually where there's a higher urban density, and the brown is where it's a low urban density. And we see that the global north was urbanizing, probably following industrialization, etc. And then we see that most of the global south was less than 50% urban. And just between 1960 and 2020, in a period of around 60 years, we've seen dramatic changes. We've seen most of Latin America go from rural to urban. We've seen most of Asia go from rural to urban, and a lot of Africa as well. And what's interesting now in Africa is that I think in Ghana we're about 57% urban, which is about in line with the global average. But across Africa, we're just under 50%. It's something like 43%. But Africa is urbanizing very, very fast. It's the fastest urbanizing continent. And that that can't be reversed. We've got to work with it. So the question is, how do we work with rapid urbanization to make this a real driving force for sustainability, and what is the role of real estate and entrepreneurship in this? What we're seeing also with these trends is that one, you see at the map on north at the top, these are looking at slums. So this is an indicator of whether urbanization is working well or not, you know. And what we see is as people move to cities, particularly when people move rapidly to cities, cities are really struggling to keep up with the demand. So they're struggling to generate the infrastructure to plan the city ahead of people moving in. And particularly when people move to larger cities where they hope to find employment opportunities, etc., we're seeing more and more slums happening. But also what's quite interesting is if we compare the top and the bottom, if we look at, say, Latin America and Asia, we find that whereas most of the cities had so many slums then, back in 1960, that has actually started to improve. So it seems that when cities have been around for a while, they do start dealing with the problem of slums. And we see then in Africa, where we've seen much more recent acceleration of urbanization, that there's a huge proportion of the urban population living in slums. And this creates a challenge in our cities, because that's where you really see inequality. You see, you know, some people living very well in very nice villas in the city, playing golf or wherever, alongside people living in poverty. And this inequality, and when I was introduced to someone who's worked in the Arab states. I was there for 8 years during the Arab Spring. And we see inequality in cities being a real driving force for conflict and for civil unrest. So, but what we're also finding is that the curve in the global north is flattening. So urbanization is slowing down. And we see that in Africa and Asia, urbanization is still moving very rapidly. And so where urbanization is happening rapidly, on one hand we have some of the greatest opportunities, and I like what they were saying earlier about crisis. You know, is it a crisis or is it an opportunity? And we need to see this as an opportunity. So on one hand, we see that cities, they generate economies. About 57% of the world's population live in cities, but 80% of economy is driven in cities. I think a lot of you who are investors are probably investing in cities because cities have a great economic potential. But also by bringing people together, their ideas and their backgrounds, diverse backgrounds, you're also generating ideas. So cities are also real hubs for innovation. So cities, on one hand, provides a really important opportunity to advance sustainability, because they're generating economy and they're generating ideas and they're generating innovation. On the other hand, cities are also generating 70% of the world's greenhouse gases, 70% of global waste, and as mentioned, that growing inequalities in cities are a real trigger for conflict. So it's been generally recognized that the battle for sustainable development will be won or lost in cities. And we'll see in the decade to come whether it's been won or lost. We have 8 years left to achieve the SDGs. So what we find then, when we really look at urbanization, we find that if cities are just left to expand on their own and there's not much planning behind it, there's not much infrastructure investment, not much policy thinking about this, then we do see a propagation of slums, we do see a propagation of inequality, and we see that the economy of the city is favored towards a small amount of the elite. But once cities are well planned, when they're well governed, and when the city leaders are genuinely listening to people, when they have effective institutions, effective revenue systems, etc., they're able to manage themselves in a way that's sustainable. So a well-managed city can actually produce the SDGs, can actually be a real leading force for sustainable development. Back in 2016, we looked at what are the factors that can make cities successful. And there was in 2015, the world launched, the 193 member states of the UN launched the Sustainable Development Goals. A year later, they got together in Quito in Ecuador to come up with what's called the New Urban Agenda. This happened at the Habitat 3 Summit. And they recognized that countries need policies and they need national development policies, but they need to see how can cities implement these things. And they recognized then the need for accountable, inclusive governance, the good planning, and investment in sustainable infrastructure and good revenue systems. So these are the key ingredients that make cities successful. And you can see how it works, that density brings about people together in close proximity. That generates economy, and economy should generate revenue. When you generate revenue, you can then reinvest in infrastructure. When you reinvest in infrastructure, you improve the economy. With good governance, that economic sort of value chain of continued improvement, it's for the shared benefit of everyone. But when the city is governed in a poor and inadequate way, then that economic sort of spiral just benefits the rich. So that's why governance is so important in this. Now, when we look at in the 30 years ahead, we're expecting a population of 2.5 billion people to come to the world's cities. So urbanization is not slowing down; it's happening very fast, particularly in Africa. Now, if we think that only just over 500 of those cities have a population of 1 million and above, and what we're seeing generally is people are moving to larger cities because they think in larger cities that they have more opportunities. So if you think of here in Accra, people are moving to Accra, they're moving to Kumasi. And if there are only 500 cities that are 1 million or more, and this 2.5 billion people are going to move to the major cities, then they won't cope. They won't cope with that demand. The demand for people moving to cities will be far and above what cities can manage in terms of providing sustainable infrastructure. So that will automatically generate more slums. But if we look at smaller cities, we find that there are more than 4,000 cities that have a population of 100,000 or less. Now, why are people not moving to those cities as much? Sometimes it's because they're not very well connected. Maybe they don't have energy. They don't have the infrastructure to be able to drive business. But what if they had? Then you could say that 2.5 billion growth that we're expecting in the next 30 years, if they could come to smaller cities, then that would not only manage the pace of urbanization in such a way that doesn't generate slums, but it will also reap a nice balanced economic benefits across the whole country, but also create more opportunities for urban and rural linkages and better economies, territorial economies, when we look at value chains. So the appeal here really is to start looking seriously at smaller cities. Now, I work with different investors, and a lot of investors say, look, well, small cities don't generate a huge pipeline of projects. This is why we're going for large cities. By the time we've done a due diligence on a small city, the opportunities is not going to generate huge pipeline. Is it really worth it? So we need, as the UN or as development partners or the private sector, to find ways to channel investment effectively to tens of thousands or at least thousands of small cities instead of just focusing on the big capitals. So we need to think about how do we do that. I firmly believe that small and secondary cities provides our second chance to get urbanization right. I'd love to see how investing in smaller cities provides the opportunity to have a new wave of cities that just don't have slums anymore, where inequality is less and the local economies are strong. So we've started now to embark on a program called SDG Cities, and we want to work across maybe 1,000 cities worldwide. And we're launching at the moment 10 cities in Ghana. So we recognize that if cities know, if they have their data, if they know what their challenges are and what their opportunities are, And if they can identify what are their priorities for accelerating the SDGs. So in some places it might be, well, we really need to bring the internet in, or we need to bring in electricity, or we need to improve water supply, or we need to be more connected with roads, and etc. So if they knew what their priorities were, and if they built effective local institutions, and I guess as investors you're looking for strong institutions, trustworthy institutions, longevity, so that you know that the legal system and the land system and the tax system, these are all going to be consistent. You're not going to be suddenly finding that land that you've bought is suddenly going to be owned by someone else. So we need strong local institutions. And then we need to identify those high-impact projects and achieve them by 2030. So, and not only identify those high-impact projects, but to finance them. And globally, we see that there's a, we sometimes are told, okay, the private sector is that sort of a silver bullet that we need for now investing in the impact we need, because there's so much ESG funds out there. And that's true, but cities also need, there needs to be a partnership. Cities need to have good public financial management, they need to have good revenue systems, and they need to attract investment. And these things need to go hand in hand. And I remember a governor in Kenya on a big city on Lake Kisumu. They've designed this amazing lakeside development. And the governor's coming to us and say, can you help us find investment for this? And it would be great for some of you guys to visit this city, Kisumu. But when we looked at their revenue system, we kind of figured, well, maybe you're not quite ready for this investment yet, because there's a lot of homework that you need to do to get your revenue systems working, so that if you do take up debt finance or even private sector partnerships, you're able to service that debt. So it's not like the investments coming in making this current governor look great, but then the next governor needs to pay the debt. So we really need good partnerships of private sectors with cities, so that message is coming through strongly. There's an onus on city leaders to do a lot to create the ground that's favorable for investment. But it's also important for investors to get involved. I mean, I know a lot of investors, they don't like to get too involved in the real upstream stuff, because that takes a long time, and what investors are often looking for is something presented that's ready to go. But I do urge you guys in real estate and investment to come alongside city leaders to kind of advise them on what do they need to do to make their city attractive for investment. What are the kind of institutional things? What are the sort of legislations, the regulations that you need? What kind of public financial management systems do you expect as a kind of bottom line to make that possible? And I think cities have never really had to deal with investors, and they really do now in order to accelerate the SDGs. So we're hoping that it could be possible to have stronger partnerships between and stronger dialogue between city leaders and investors. So this program of SDG Cities has kind of these components where we work with data, and in Ghana there's loads of data available. But sometimes that data is not telling us the story, and you heard about storytelling earlier. The data really needs to tell a story. If you're just looking at spreadsheets of data, what's that telling me about my city? What's that telling me about my country or my territory? So that data really needs to be synthesized so that we understand what it's telling us. And that data needs to inform a strategic plan. And we strongly believe in a strategic planning process that helps cities to identify what are their priorities. And that process needs to be very inclusive and accountable. That's what makes or break. If a mayor just comes up with, gets a consultant, comes up with some real flash strategy, but nobody knows about it, nobody believes in it, then it will just sit on the shelf. And what's important is what we were talking about earlier, and what we call in the UN, all of society approach. People of the cities need to get engaged in that planning process. That's not just the youth and communities that are left behind, women and civil society, but the business community has an extremely important role in this. And we want to open that dialogue between the business community and the civil society and city government to be able to really reach a solid plan. And I think in terms of investment, this is not only important to ensure that, as per the SDGs, we're not leaving anyone behind, we're leaving no one behind, but that's important for longevity, because mayors change. And the last thing you need as an investor is to spend 2 or 3 years working on a pipeline of projects, and then once you've signed the deal, the mayor leaves a year later, and the deal's off, the new mayor comes along and just wants to do something different. So this city ownership of strategies, and with business being part of that process, is really important, so that when the new mayor comes on board, whether it's elected or appointed, that new mayor is still delivering the plan of the city and not just coming up with their own thing. And to do that, local ownership is so important. And then from that, we need to identify the projects. And these projects obviously need to be financed. So there's a kind of a value chain of data to strategic plans, the city ownership of the strategic plan, the people's ownership of this, followed by the identification of the high impact projects, followed by the financing of those projects. And this doesn't happen without strong institutions. You need institutions that deliver in an inclusive way, planning that's conducive. I like the idea of planning, and I'm sure a lot of your work in real estate deals with planning. And UN Habitat have developed 7 principles of sustainable planning, because a good plan with good density, good connectivity, good street layouts, plenty of public space actually delivers very well on economy, because you have an efficient plan, and mixed use, by the way. So these gated communities don't really do much for sustainability. Even housing developments don't, but mixed use really do, because there you can more or less walk from where you work to where you go, where you live to where you work, where your kids go to school, where you might go out and meet your friends in the evening and all that sort of thing. These compact plans are absolutely key for driving social, environmental and economic aspects of sustainability. And you can just look at UN Habitat Sustainable Neighborhood Planning, but they also generate great land value as well. So there's a lot to be said for getting the plans right. Then, as mentioned before, we need good revenue systems and effective service delivery. And these things all come together to make cities prosperous and effective. I won't go into detail about each of these tracks, but one of the ways that we're trying to work with cities to get there, and we're working across, we aim to work across 1,000 cities. We used to fly our experts here, there, and everywhere, but now we've just put all of our tools online. So if you're doing data collection, in fact, just in Mombasa a couple of weeks ago, data sometimes exists, sometimes they exist, but you can't get hold of it. What we did is with the youth, they just collected data on their phones. So we have, it's a bit like SurveyMonkey you might have had, where you just fill out a questionnaire. But this actually georeferences where you're standing when you do the questionnaire. So you talk about your street. Does it have paving? Does it have lighting? What are the issues of the street? Are the cars going really fast on it? Or, you talk about your public space, you talk about the school, you talk about the clinic, you talk about the garbage, and you take a photo while you're at it. And in about 2 weeks or 10 days with 30 young people in Mombasa, we collected 3,000 data points, and that's been generated into a map. So you can understand not only the data of the city, but you can start understanding the differences from one part of the city to another. And what we need then is analysis, and we call it spatial analysis. So it's not just the employment, what is the employment figure for the city, but what's the employment figure for that neighborhood versus that one? What proportion in that neighborhood have walking distance to public transport or walking distance to a public space? How many kids in one classroom in that district compared to that district? And this is a type of data we need to really make the much more a clear link between the data and the investment needs of the city. So we want this process then to be easy, simple, good enough. We don't need it to be so scientific, you know, but it needs to be good enough, robust enough to be able to say, okay, you know what? We're going to need to invest in classrooms there. We need to invest in street lighting there. We need to invest in waste compactors there. So this is data. The next track then is a strategic planning process. So we do the basic analytics, but we do what's called SWOTs. I think you're aware of SWOTs: strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats. And then we engage people in that process, and that's part of the ownership thing. And then that goes to a vision, a strategic objectives, and then your strategic plan and your capital investment plans. So we want every city then to have a list of capital investment plans. What are their investment priorities? And then from there, sorry about that. When we look at institutions, we're looking at their revenue systems, we're looking at their planning systems, their governance systems. Revenue I find very interesting. Like I work a lot in East Africa. So many cities there, we've got a global database, and so we're able to figure out what is the optimum revenue for a particular city. And then we can look at, and then they fill in all this data and they tell us what is the actual revenue. And in a lot of the East African cities we've been working on, they're achieving about 10% of what they're legally, based on the legal system, allowed to collect. And we found that 90% of the revenue generated through parking fees is spent on just the staff that are collecting the fees. So you might be generating jobs, but you're not generating revenue that way. And then there's usually a huge gap on property taxation, you know, and this is like single transaction per year, so you don't need loads of tax collectors, but you just need a good system for it, you know. Massive gap there, massive gap on business licensing, and then just small bits of money coming from market fees and parking fees. So if you have that analysis and focus on the right thing, and in a town called Kiambu in Kenya, we tripled their revenue just in 3 years. And in Hargeisa last year, in Somalia, of all places, or Somaliland, they increased their revenue by 2 million just in 1 year, you know, and this is a kind of a conflict type of location. So there's a lot you can do if you get the right advice. And then the last one then is investment in impact. And so here we're creating what's called a city investment facility. So we start off with a portal. So it's one thing for the cities to have done this strategic planning process and they know what their investment needs are, but how are you going to share that with the world, and how are you going to share that with investors? So we've created what's called the City Investment Portal. You can see at the bottom there's a link to it, and you can see what the project's coming up. But we found that just being able to have a global portal with projects on it is not enough, you know? The investors are not biting, you know? And the problem we've had, and so what we're told is that there's trillions of dollars there worldwide, ESG, you know, environment, social governance, and as the shareholders of banks are getting younger, and younger than my generation, they want to see that the banks and the finance sources are really investing in the future, in their future and the kids' future. So they're looking at environmental, you know, they want to make sure that investments are really good in terms of environmental safeguarding, social safeguarding. They're done with corruption, so they want to make sure that the governance is good. So I think 1/3 of global assets under management now are coming under this ESG. And I think BlackRock has even said that all of its $9 billion are coming under the banner of ESG. So you've got a huge amount of funds that could go into high-impact SDG projects. And then you've got emerging and developing economies that could be you know, new avenues for investment, great new opportunities. I mean, the OECD countries are interesting, but they only generate a certain return. You know, everybody knows that market, but this is a new emerging economy. So, and there are great ESG projects coming up, but in between, there's this valley of death. The money's there, and the projects are there, but in between, there's a valley of death. And the last report by Convergence, you're probably aware of this blended finance idea, where public and private sources come together to be able to deliver impact. And this was like the silver bullet in the Addis conference in 2015. This is what's going to finance development. And to this day, only $8 billion worldwide is being spent on this blended model in the global south. So, you know, $8 billion is just a drop in the ocean, really. And last year, and the year, well, 2021, because of COVID, it was down to $4 billion. And the thing is, cities have never had to do this. You know, cities might have great design departments, they might have great engineers, and they're able to do the design and the bills of quantity and the calculations and all the rest of it, and know exactly how much something is going to cost. But I guess you guys are not, that's not really what matters. You know, yes, you need to know the costs, but you need to know the IRR, the return rate. You need to know what the risks. You need to know who else is in the game. What are going to be the co-investors? If you're an international investor, how are we going to manage the currency risk? There's a lot of stuff, and cities and even national governments have never had to do this stuff. So I think part of the problem that we're finding is that you don't have investment people working in cities, in municipalities, and able to really share the story of a project in a way that makes giving the data that investors really need. So the next part of this then is a cities advisory, and this then basically not only looks at the project in terms of the information needed by investors on return rates and risks and de-risking and this kind of thing, but it also gives you an SDG readout of the project on how is this project delivering on SDGs. So in the portal, as projects then get more of this data, they're able to be more attractive for investment because the investors are seeing, okay, this is more the type of data that we're looking for. And then ultimately then we have vehicles that we're creating. And what these do is they put the sort of initial sort of first loss capital into a project. So if it's a 100 million project, they'll put in about 2 million because these are specialist vehicles that are familiar with emerging and developing economies. They're used to infrastructure. So they're putting in the initial capital to make sure all the due diligence is done, everything is sort of tied up contractually and everything like this. And once they've done that due diligence, then they're able to then invite in other investors to co-invest with them to make the capital stack needed to deliver the project. So, this is work in process. The portal is set up. We're trying to mobilize what we call a feasibility fund, so a philanthropic fund, so that we're able to have these advisors working to make sure projects are prepared well. And we have one or two investment vehicles that are being created at the moment and being capitalized. So this is something in process. But, you know, we really believe, though, that partnership, you know, the funds are there, the projects are there, but we've got to work together in that space. Cities really need advice from the investment community on how a project can be presented to them, how a project can be prepared. And more than that, we need businesses to work even more upstream and to be able to work with cities to understand what an investment environment is, what are the expectations, what are the opportunities and the potentials, what are the sort of legislations that they need to have in place. So I guess my appeal then is for the business community to be working with small cities and working in that space of the upstream preparation and educating cities about what it takes to invest in the city. Last thing then, coming back to small cities, the other thing we're trying to do, and we hope to pilot this maybe in Latin America to begin with, I'll be in New York next week to talk to development banks, is the idea of aggregation. So we talked about 4,000 cities that have a population of 100,000 and above, you know, and people are looking at those little pipelines that they're developing and thinking, oh, it's not worth, I don't have the attention span to look at a small project in a small city, you know. But if we worked with several cities in one country, so we're starting with 10 in Ghana, but we hope to expand to 20 and then 30 and over time, if we can create then a national database of the local investment needs, then you can start aggregating them. So in other words, if you've got a tiny city that wants 6 buses, Well, I don't know who's going to look at those 6 buses. But if across 15 or 20 cities you need 300 buses, you know, big and small cities, that's an interesting procurement. That's a very interesting investment package. You know, you can launch that globally and get some really good deals. You'll get your buses much cheaper. And the same for street lighting, the same for waste compactors. There are so many things in cities that could be procured at scale if you could then create a framework for generating national databases of local investment needs. And the other thing we'd work with there is with ministries of finance to create then the national guarantee for subnational investment, because sometimes people don't invest in cities because they're not allowed to. And cities might be discouraged from working with investors because if they default, then that affects the national credit rating. So we also need to be working with our ministries of finance to see how can you create a national investment de-risking, investment guarantee system, a de-risking system. And the other opportunity, and I'm sure then with, and we hope to meet later here with the Minister of Finance, but I'm sure if you can create that, there will be development banks that are willing to help create such facilities. But I think importantly, you can create some conditionality on that as well. So you can say, well, if the investment is going to be a green investment, it qualifies for this de-risking guarantee system. So if it's a diesel bus, well, good luck with that. But if it's a low-emission bus, you can qualify. If it's normal street lighting, that's one thing. But if it's solar street lighting, you can qualify. And this way, we could be then looking at the investment needs of several cities and clustering them together, grouping them into investment packages, but also using that de-risking thing to really encourage and incentivize a transition towards much more green infrastructure. So that's kind of where we're leaving it. We're at early stages. Just probably in a month's time, we'll launch the SDG Cities program for Ghana. But I'm just wanting to welcome partnership or even request partnerships so that if we can work more closely with the business community, understand more from their perspectives, well, the challenges you're facing in trying to invest at the subnational level, then I really think we can use this approach to get the dialogue needed and get the frameworks needed to be able to drive investment, sustainable investment in a way that can be transformative. So thank you very much. I'll leave it there. Thanks. Now is where I get a bit scared.
All right. Thank you very much. Sabri, thank you very much for that presentation. We'll take a few questions and contributions. Even right, Madam Vicky will go first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dyford. I think this should have been the first day for you to introduce us to this, but thank you so much for making it. Because this conference is all about your initiative. So we're hoping that next year you join us fully and partner with us.
Thank you.
My question here is, how is your public-private partnerships? How are you engaging the public sector? How are you engaging the private sector in this initiative? I see that it's all over. It affects every industry. And so there should be a lot of work bringing together everybody. It touches on everybody's life, and we need a clean future.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And first of all, I also should mention, and she's not here today, but we're partnering with the UN Capital Development Fund. So they're the UN specialists on the investment side and on the finance side. And they're particularly focusing on sub-Saharan Africa and to really come up with good models of investment. They're actually working in Kumasi on a bus rapid transit system here. So we see finance as an ecosystem, and we're working with national development banks, subnational development banks, and regional ones. But in Latin America, for instance, the partner that we're really starting to figure out how to work with is what's called IDB Invest. So you have the Inter-American Development Bank, but they have the investment side. So this is the side of the bank that deals with the private sector. It's the same in Sao Paulo with Desenvolve SP, and I think what we're interested in is not necessarily those IFIs that are dealing with providing a loan to the government, but those ones that are looking to empower the private sector. So when it comes to this, we're trying to see if there's an ecosystem that goes from global level to local level. An example of this would be the New Development Bank, which is in Shanghai, which is a BRICS bank, working directly with Desenvolve SP, which is a Sao Paulo state development bank, which is then looking at aggregated projects, generating tenders, and working actually to provide loans even to local banks, so that you can bring other partners into this ecosystem. So, there's two different lines that we're looking. One is to aggregate projects to a larger scale, and these are good for things like procurements, buses and streetlights and waste compactors and this sort of thing. But the other role is to empower the local finance sector. So how do we work with global development banks, to work with the subnational development banks, their private sector wing, to work with local commercial banks that can then be working with local businesses and help them to be successful in being capitalized so that they can tender for projects. And I think, and this is a very different model to the old model of global development banks loaning to governments, some of that then going to the subnational level, and some of them that getting down to projects. We want to be able to cut a lot of that sort of stuff that takes place upstream, so the capital is getting down and strengthening the local financial markets, and then balancing that and creating partnerships then with local investors who are now empowered through a strengthened local financial market with international investors that can complement that work and create a solid investment case. So to me, it's about ecosystems of finance and bringing together a variety of solutions. This is the one I was scared of.
Scared of me? I wanted to know, you talked about the businesses, we as business owners working with small cities to educate them on, the financial requirements of investors. How do you suggest we do that effectively?
Yeah.
Like, what is your idea?
So what we're trying to do with this SDG Cities program is to make the process quite an engaging process. Like in Portugal, for instance, they started to work with youth and children. They've created an SDG song and they've put a lot of energy into it. And we want to create energy around it so that people think it's actually in my interest to get involved. So it's not just businesses, but it's the youth of the city, it's the women of the city, it's the civil society of the city, but also the business, because we want the data collection, the data analysis, and the planning process. We're asking our mayors, and with this SDG Cities, we are asking mayors when they sign up to be committed to an inclusive process, and to be open about the problems and the challenges of the city, to be open about the governance system, and just to be a lot more transparent, so that businesses can get alongside and create and to have working groups such as chambers of commerce or local business communities to really have that dialogue with the city. Because so often the businesses, if they engage in a way too late, everything's kind of done and dusted. And if only the cities realized that you could do so much more. You can make such a better business model around mixed-use housing, and that actually delivers on so many different sustainability things. But they might not. They say, okay, this is a low-income residential community. Any investors? And nobody wants to go, you know? So it's so important that businesses are bringing in their perspective earlier. And this is why within our SDG Cities program, where we are asking mayors, we are only qualifying the mayors that are willing to engage businesses as well as other stakeholders in that planning process. So hopefully the mayor reaches out to you to say, be part of this. And that's our hope.
Excellent, excellent. And then I didn't understand what you were saying as far as empowering the local banks. What was that process? Could you go over that again?
So this is one we're looking at, we're exploring in Sao Paulo, so we haven't yet looked at that properly in Africa yet. But what they're identifying is that cities have kind of two types of projects. One is off the shelf, and the other ones are the ones that need to be built. And then probably within that, then there's ones that would be totally publicly financed, some of them that could be totally privately financed, and some of that requires some kind of PPP arrangement. So once you know the pipeline, and then you can start to categorize it and aggregate it and do different things with it, we want to be able to support local businesses to tender. And quite often they are lacking capital or a relationship with a commercial bank that can help capitalize them or help them to be able to tender. So then the idea then is not necessarily to invest in the businesses, but to provide financing for the local commercial banks, but training with them on how to support building the capacity of the local banking sector so that they're able to understand the risks better. They know what kind of credit that you could be offering to different types of businesses, and empowering those banks maybe also with second-tier financing and the rest of it. So it's very much the relationship between, say, subnational development banks and local commercial banks, and then the local commercial banks then being the kind of the interface then with businesses that are going to then deliver the projects.
So you fund the local banks, basically coaching and consulting
building
the local
capacity
banks.
of the local banks.
Got
exactly. It. So then local businesses can say, hey, there's a project coming up, there's a tender, could you be a financial partner on this tender, And
now they have the guidelines that will assure.
And then they build a relationship with the businesses. So they've oh yeah, you were successful last time, we can step up this time. So I think it's really about empowering the local finance sector. I mean, UNCDF are doing other interesting things. They're generating municipal bonds, and they're generating water bonds, and for different things. They have different mechanisms. But essentially, we really think that if we see the opportunity for the private sector to be really advancing sustainable development, then we need to empower the local finance sector.
That's excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nene. Please.
And this one's even more scary.
Thank you. I'm probably breaking all protocols as it is my boss who is standing there. My name is Hilda Upuku, and I wanted to use this opportunity to introduce myself because I will be the program manager for this program in Ghana, and I'm something as rare as a Norwegian Ghanaian. So, but I wanted to comment on the first question. So I don't have a question for David, so he can relax. I wanted to comment on the first question because we will put down a advisory board for the whole project in Ghana involving the 10 cities and then as it grows. And one of the seats on that advisory board should be represented by private sector. I don't know if that will be GIPC or somebody else, but we will find a partner that will represent the private sector, those interested in investment in the real estate and infrastructure as well on that board, which will be your representative in the process. Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to introduce you, actually, but you beat me to it. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Hilda. Did you say Upuku? Oh. People are asking me. And people are also asking me to tell you that the seat on the table. Madam, are you ready for that seat? The seat on the table. All right. We'll have to have that conversation. You take it. Please, a round of applause for Madam. Madam will take it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So we do the next presentation. But before we do that, please, let's all be on our feet for a minute. Let's all be on our feet for a minute. All right. Thank you very much. Let's be on our feet for a minute. I do realize we've been doing this since morning. We were originally supposed to take a coffee break. We are not taking it anymore. I am a dictator. I'm a dictator. We are not taking the coffee break anymore. But this is what we do. Let's stretch a bit. Let's have some conversations. There's coffee, some juice and fruits at the back. There's water. Let's try and stretch a bit. And then we zoom into the next sessions. Please let's not go out. We want to zoom in, take 2 more presentations before lunch break. Sound. All right. So for our next presentation, we will need everybody to come forward. We are using just the first 6 tables in the front. Just the first 6 tables in the front. So I'll humbly ask that everybody come from the back and let's all come forward. We are using just the first 6 tables in the front. Ushers, volunteers, please let's get people to come from the back. Let's occupy the first 6 seats, the first 6 tables in the front. All right, keep coming, keep coming. Thank you very much. Please keep coming. We are using just the first 6 tables in the front. So let's occupy from the front and we do the next session. Please let's bring the conversations forward. We are waiting for you. First 6 tables. So 2 here, 2 there, 2 there. All the way from the back, we want to see you come forward. First 6 tables. Ushers, volunteers, please get everybody to come forward. We are using the first 6 tables in the front for our next session. So please let's get everybody keep coming forward. Please come with your tea, come with your juice, come with your fruits. We are using the first 6 tables in the front.
Yeah, won't you let them go? They're not coming back.
Hello, we are waiting for you. Please keep coming forward. Yes, everybody standing, please keep coming forward. We are using the first 6 tables in the front. 3 in the very front and the 2 and the 3 behind. All right, please keep coming. Please come and settle down. All right, please keep coming. Please keep coming. The first 6 tables in the front. It's a group presentation, so we need everybody in groups. We are going to form groups of 6. All right, please keep coming forward.
Go sit down. Go, 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 go. Go sit down. Go. Let's go. I was
All right, please keep coming. First 6 tables in the front. Ushers, coordinators, please get people to come. We can continue the conversations up in the front here. All right, so I'll introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker's specialties in management consulting, program integration, and capacity building. He's an exemplary leader in getting to core. He's an exemplary leader at getting to core benefits with the least time and drama. He's focused on measurable action items and results at world citizen. Our next speaker, as I mentioned earlier, is a management consultant. He's a principal at World Citizen Consulting. Please help me welcome Mr. William Ensley. Mr. William Ensley.
Thank
Please,
you.
a round of applause for
Thank
William.
You. Thank you very much. Oh, and I need the... Thank you very much. This is my 4th time to come and visit with you. I'm very, very excited to see the development that has happened. If you'll see on the screen, this is last year. Who was here last year? Last year for the conference. So you'll see this is a photo from last year's conference where I presented on the International Property Markets Scorecard. You may remember? On your table, or I have a business card here with the Property Markets Scorecard website. So on this website is the scorecard for Ghana, because you as professionals need to understand how your market works and functions as far as property rights, access to credit, those types of things. It's also the scorecard for Kenya. There are multiple scorecards. So please take time, get the card, and visit the website, because this will explain to you how property markets work. And like the last speaker said, and understand what investors are looking for. So we have to know what the investors are looking for. This is when I was here the 2nd time, in 2019, teaching a course on how you understand what an international investor is looking for. So during this course, what we talk about is we say you, as a professional in Ghana, are talking to exactly the people that were just in the last presentation. We're talking about an investment fund, and this investment fund has $500 million, and they want to invest it somewhere. And they want to invest it in 2 different countries. And so where do you think they should invest it? In Ghana, right? And the investor says, well, I'm sorry, but I need at least 2 or 3 different countries to diversify my investment. So what we did in the course is we go through the investment criteria that people are looking for, and then we say, you should put, the class, you should put 80% of your money in Ghana and 20% of your money in another country. But you have to say what you're specifically going to put that money toward, right? And it's not gated community condos. It's about how you, as the experts in your country, start to promote your country as a safe investment. When I first started coming to Africa, I go one more, it was here. Of course, I first started coming to Africa by the invitation of who? Grepa. This was 2018 when I first came. And we had the projects, which is what we're going to do today. So if you're not sitting at these tables, you're a loser. Move up, move up, move up, move up. So what we did is we did group projects. And we say, how do you learn? How do you learn? You can have a teacher, but you don't learn from a teacher. Bingo. You learn by doing. You learn by doing. Right? So, is everybody ready? I'm going to speak to you today as your father. And the first promise that I'm going to make to you is to always support your mother. That's me. That's me taking responsibility. Next comes you. It is time for you to grow up. How do you know when you're grown? Not when you can support yourself, no. When you can support someone else. You are grown, and it's exactly right. Many, many people never grow up. What did Bishop Eric say? Grabbing, grabbing, grabbing. When I take responsibility, and you take responsibility, we are more powerful. And then what happens? We have taken responsibility, and we become a community. If you go to the villages, they're a community already. They understand it. This is not something foreign to you. It's not something foreign to anybody. But the idea here is me, you, we make a community. And then what do communities make? There's a step in between. Cities. Communities make cities. I'm out of space here, but I'm going to put it in here just a minute. Cities. The second promise that I will make to you is if we follow this process, we will be able to implement the SDGs. So you now do what I did, and you take responsibility, and then you convince someone else, and then we make a community, and then we make a city. Right? Not complicated. So what we're going to do today, we have 6 tables. Come forward if you're not at one of the tables. So here, we're going to build something. Each table is going to build something. So here we have Legos, right? So each table is going to get their Legos, and what you need to do is you need to build something. If you got your Legos, start. Build something. What are you going to build? So by the way, of course, this is a kit that came with instructions, but you don't get the instructions. What you're doing right now is acting as a community, working together. So what you're finding, right, is you got a lot of pieces. Do you need all those pieces? Right? Do the pieces tell you what they want to be? Or do you tell the pieces what you want them to be? Extra. Now, there's another possibility here, right?
You can give us the instructions.
You could negotiate with another table, right? And you could say, we don't have this piece. You might have some pieces that we'd like to, right? So, do you need, maybe there's a piece that you need that somebody else has at another table. Go with my marker. Exactly. And you can also not let people look at you. Right. We have finished. So this table already has theirs finished. It's a headless man. That's okay. Okay, in the interest of time, everybody please take a seat. So what you're looking at, going back again, me, you, we build a community, and a city is made up of communities. We talked about teaching young people. Legos are what young people have. What happens is we get older, as was said earlier, we get set in our ways, and we lose the challenge of creating something from what already exists. We think that the rules are already made. We forget that everything is made of very, very simple building blocks. It's not complicated at all. What happens is we make it complicated. We take a decision. It was interesting as I watched you. Some of you take the decision that I'll figure this out. I can make something from these pieces. And some of you decide that I don't know what. Not doing it. This is key to what we're talking about. I don't know that this was labeled such, but this is Transformation Day. This is how we transform where we are to where we're going to be. And so, my job as your father is to make sure that as you grow up in the right way. So here's World Urban Forum. I was just in Poland at the World Urban Forum, UN Habitat World Urban Forum in Poland. Over 11,000 people who were interested in sustainable development were there. Many, many people from Africa, as you saw from the UN presentation. It's the developing economy, it's the emerging markets that really need the support. It was just incredible. In the midst of war, in the midst of pandemic, in the midst of fires and floods, in the midst of the attacks on our Mother Earth, we all got together and said, we can solve this. We are bigger than the problem. Talk about mindset. We are bigger than the problem. We are going to stop grabbing and start helping. That's why we're here. So, there's me. So we did a presentation on affordable housing. This young woman next to me is from Puerto Rico. She's building container homes in Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico was ravaged by a hurricane, and then what happened? Earthquake. So to this day, 80% of the homes in Puerto Rico have a blue tarp on them, if there's a home at all. And so this young woman said, you know what? Every single day, a huge container ship lands in Puerto Rico full of containers, and every single one of those containers leaves Puerto Rico empty. She said, you know what? We can make houses out of those containers. Did she get a grant from the IMF? Did she go to the World Bank? And she couldn't have anyway. It wouldn't have done her any good. The solutions to your problems are right here. As we said, transforming our mindset. All right, are you ready? You got your paper and pen? You need to draw 3 lines around your center of your page. And I'm going to ask you to rate each of these companies. Is this company good for the world, neutral, or bad for the world? 3 choices. First, Amazon. Is Amazon good for the world, neutral, or bad for the world? Google. Good for the world, neutral, bad for the world. Walmart. Do you have Walmarts here? Good. I was trying to, you don't need them, but anyway. ICBC. Do you know what ICBC is? Tell us what ICBC is. Yes, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Between JP Morgan Chase and Industrial Commercial Bank of China, one is the largest bank in the world. Right now it happens to be JP Morgan Chase. Sometimes it's, depending on the day, it's the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. How about the oil, Total Oil? Oil companies good for the world, neutral, or bad for the world? How about Guinness Ghana? Good for the world? Friday. Bad for the world? How about MTM? Right? Good for the world, bad for the world, or neutral? EcoBank? Soccer. How about the soccer? Okay. So now, how did you make your decision?
Based upon my knowledge of these different organizations
Yep.
and their global impact on the communities that we live in.
Well, you made the decision based on you first. Do I know this company? But in reality, companies are neutral because they are made up of who make decisions, and those decisions are made by the inputs they get from the consumer, right? So what happens is, again, this mindset that somehow these companies have something that we didn't give them. Somehow we think these companies have something that we didn't give them. Right? So what happens is we think that Amazon is so powerful because they did something. Amazon is so powerful because we did something. Right? Turn it around. When I first started working at the Appraisal Institute in Chicago, if I'm your father, I have to be certain I age right. In 1998, Amazon started as a bookseller, online bookseller. And I was helping to promote textbooks. Amazon lost money for 15 years. Now, it's the top of the world. I will tell you, when you look at the Fortune 500, there's some good news. Maybe good news, maybe not. But it used to be the oil companies and the military companies that were in charge. McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed Martin. They haven't gone away, but there has been a huge paradigm shift that's happening all around you. So the key here, Daily Graphic. Right? Media, we used to call it the fourth estate. The media, you actually have newspapers here. In the United States, we don't even have them anymore. There's no such thing. Here's a choice we're making today with the SGDs and with our choice, with what we do. You know, one of the things I do when I check into a hotel room, I turn the refrigerator off. Nothing in it, and yet it chugs along. You know what most people do, how they flush their toilets? With drinkable water. Why? So when you see these new developments and they talk about gray water and talk about collecting rainwater, and so this change is happening. We have a choice. Are we going to live in this planet over here, or are we going to live in that one over there? Well, here's the reality. We already live in this one over here. We already live in this one over here. Our job is to make sure that we move back, because the earth will regenerate. We don't have any problems. That's not the issue. As has been talked about, and what an incredible week we've had about putting all these inputs into your mind. But the choice is this. And it seems like we're pretending, but we're not. We're not pretending. So, as Michael said, the West has made a lot of mistakes. You, as a developing nation and a developing continent, don't make those same mistakes. Don't, because we all want to go out after that Nike tennis shoe. Because we've been conditioned by the corporate players. But the corporate players know how to condition us because we allow ourselves to be conditioned. It will take hard work to bring together the leaders of business, government, and non-governmental organizations to ensure that private sector incentives and social needs are harmonized. This is from Jeffrey Sachs. The book is called Commonwealth. So What we have here today is something this week that almost never happens anywhere on the planet. I guarantee you that businesses and government officials and not-for-profit organizations rarely sit at the same table. We did that last year. We're doing it this year. Because if we don't hold these companies accountable, as we keep saying these things over and over again, the metrics, the compliance, all of that stuff, it is up to us. We're the ones that have to, and particularly GREPA. That is the reason we have it. As has been alluded to over and over again, government is government. Government is waiting for you to lead them. Government is waiting for you to lead them. The private sector is waiting for you to reward social needs, reward harmonization of what our society needs as opposed to profit. And so we are definitely going to make that happen. We are definitely going to make that happen. I want to make another promise to you. Anybody see my black pen? Friction. Friction. The government institutes friction into the system. Right? You heard the presentation Monday or Tuesday, 96 stops between here and the coast. Checkpoint, security, friction. Systems, friction. If there's a friction in the system does not operate efficiently. In real estate, the more friction there is in the transaction, the longer it takes to get the permit, the longer it takes to get the land use, the longer it takes to get the mortgage. Actually, you can't get one. The longer it takes for you to save up a little money, the longer it takes for you to buy 20 bags of concrete. Friction. What is the opposite of friction? Opposite of friction. Thank you. Correct. Actually, to be grammatically correct, it's smoothness. Oh, here's my black pen. Smoothness. Friction. You will make money when you find something that has friction in it and you help it smooth out. Now, of course, what does the policeman say about the ticket? That'll smooth it out, right? Just want to make sure I'm not talking about that. Yeah, exactly. So the system has friction. You can make money if you help smooth it out. And that can be just as simple as helping somebody find their property. It can be as simple as helping somebody find the furniture to go. You already do that. You already help to remove the friction by making it smooth. What's the other thing that friction does? Creates heat. Creates heat. Right? So our systems have too much friction in them. So we need to smooth them out because, and this is, philosophical and metaphorical, but it's a reality in your situation. If you can help someone realize, because where does this friction come from? It comes from the actions we take. We take actions that make our lives more complicated every single day. Think about it. Turn it around. How can we make things smoother? Right? Another word, actually, Michael talked about it when we were having the currency conversation. Value. What's the opposite of value? Waste. You do not want your client to say, I have wasted my time and my money with you. You want to, again, none of these things are rocket science. I'm just a guy. You want to add value. Again, not complicated. But it is what we want to do, and what I hope to set out here on Transformation Day, is that all of this information that's coming into you over these few days, you have to distill it down into what you are going to do. So, thinking in the future tense. Another book. So, Commonwealth by Jeffrey Sachs. You should have known there'd be homework, right? Read it. Thinking in the Future Tense by Jennifer James. This book was 90. So what happens is, in times of conflict, in times of anxiety, in times of why can't Ghana take the next step, it means there, as was said before, an opportunity. There is a window that is open for you. There are more windows opening every day, because it's quite clear that the systems that have functioned in the entire planet no longer function. And so, just like our little exercise, we have to start with the pieces that we have. We have to start with our community. We have to start with our own self-reflection. What am I doing? And by self-reflection, I do not mean a selfie. I started, because sometimes you do this exercise with a mirror. You know, you look in the mirror, and I say, oh, I'll just have them all look at their phones. No, anyway. Starts with you deciding something, and then reaching out to someone else and getting them to come along, and then we build a community, and then we build cities, and we start to reduce the friction that is warming our planet. By the way, it's also hardening your arteries. We smooth it out, and then we add value, because we don't want to waste our time and our lives. I'm going to close with a quote from Maya Angelou. In this book, by the way, Jennifer James, this is Maya Angelou. Humans are wonderfully different and marvelously alike. Human beings are more alike than unalike. Whether in Paris, Texas, or Paris, France, we all want to have good jobs where we are needed and respected and paid just a little more than we deserve. We want healthy children, safe streets, to be loved, and to have the unmitigated gall to accept love. If we are religious, we want a place to perpetuate God. If not, we want a good lecture every now and then. and everyone wants someplace to party on Saturday night. Thank you. Thank you.
One.
Well,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him again. Just a little more, not too much, just a little more than what you deserve. Just a little more. We are not that greedy. All right, so any questions?
This is not a question. This is for us to say a very big thank you to Bill. So Bill Ensley, I would say, is one of the first people that got us here. And so I want to use this opportunity to say very thank you to you. We really appreciate it. Bill started us with GREPA. He has given us the roadmap to follow. He gave us our first code of ethics, our bylaws, and has been in this way every day. He's been coming to Ghana. This is the 4th time he's been here. He's supporting us. And to tell you the truth, he has not asked us a dime. Thank you very much, Bill. And I hope to see you again. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, any more commentary, any more questions? Bill is right here with us. Anybody, please, just wave at me. I'll bring the microphone to you. Oh, that will work good. Please, let's do it for her. Oh, you already asked some questions? Not this one. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oh, Bill taught us so well. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Bill. We'll take our last presentation for the morning, and then we continue. So our next presentation will be done by a gentleman we all love and admire. He's been with us, well, a week before we started the conference. He will be speaking to us on the topic sustainable teams, mending re-engagement gaps. He's a managing broker with Centered Realty in the USA. He's a CIPS lecturer, and he is a friend of GREPA. Please help me welcome Mr. Maurice Hampton. As we get Maurice mic'd up and ready, I would like to use this opportunity to remind you about the awards tonight. So the conference officially, the engagement sessions end tonight. But tomorrow we have an awards night. So I thought you would clap to that. I thought you were excited about that. We take the time to award some of the most distinguished people, and personalities within the industry and organizations as well. But also it's time to wine and dine. It's been a wonderful week. So next week, tomorrow, we take time to wine and dine and also have a wonderful time at awards night. We'll be happening right here at Labadi Beach Hotel. And so do well to get a ticket before we leave. We'll bring you more announcements as time goes on. What's the cost? Time is 6 p.m. Cost, I'll come back to you. I don't want to speculate. I'll come back to you. Right? Any other question on the awards night? Yeah. Oh, it's a dinner. So full bow tie, black bow tie, and ladies dress some nice gown. But I'll get all those information. It's an awards night, so we like to come up. Want to come well suited, well prepared. All right, please let's do it for him, Maurice Hampton. Gassam has the last question on the awards. Yes. Tomorrow, most likely. But again, I'll come back to you on all that. I don't like to speculate. I'm a politician. All right, Maurice, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you all for being here this week. I would like to thank Bill Ensley again for sharing his presentation and all the speakers that we've had over the week. The information that we're receiving is truly invaluable, but the information turns to waste if we don't implement and act. And that's not part of my presentation today, but the worst thing that you could do is sit here and spend your time and not take anything away from it and not act. Mending the engagement gap in turbulent times. Are we in turbulent times right now? Yes, we are. We have fought COVID-19. We have readjusted to the way we work, live, and play. We're dealing with currency fluctuations that hit all of our bottom line pockets. And at the end of the day, we all want a successful and happy environment to live in. This is a room full of business owners. Even if you are a broker working under a brokerage, you are a business within a business. I remember talking to my best friend, Dr. Brandon Bailey, years ago when we were young, still in undergrad. And as we tried to put this leadership piece together, put these businesses together, put the nonprofits together, we went at it head on. And we thought that if we just got the bus full, we would be able to go as far as our dreams and our aspirations could take us. We very soon found that it's not about filling the bus with people, but filling the bus with the right people. Before your business can go anywhere, you must have the right people on board. Many of us entrepreneurs, business owners, started off as jack of all trades, and many of us are still being jack of all trades. That single-handedly is holding us back from our highest potential. If you don't like counting, if you don't like accounting and numbers, you spend more physical energy trying to make yourself an accountant than you would working within your strengths. So today I'm not necessarily going to specifically talk about you, but I'm going to talk about those that you put on the bus with you so that your journey is not only smooth, but it's successful. How many of us remember this? We were boxes on a TV screen for almost 2 years. We're still boxes on a TV screen. And at some point, many of you, like myself, likely said, I don't want to do another Zoom ever again in life. I'm tired of Zoom. I have Zoom fatigue. And in all actuality, just like anything that propels us forward, Zoom is a tool that is necessary for us to connect to those that we need to connect with around the world. But how many of you have been on useless Zooms in the last 2 years? 2 hands. A 2-hour Zoom just for people to talk in circles. And then you think about what you could have done with that 2 hours. I could have stopped a kid from crying in the background in that 2 hours simply by playing with them for 5 minutes or feeding them. You can't get fed until after I'm done with my Zoom because this is how I'm getting paid today. So I'm going to encourage you to stop wasting your time in useless Zoom meetings, in useless face-to-face meetings, and ensure the meetings that you're taking are not just for today's success, but for tomorrow's success. Now, you want to ask yourself, what can I do to help my employees become fully productive in this period of turbulence? Do I need to clarify expectations as they adjust to change? What information or resources will they need to be successful? And how do I keep them connected to working in this new environment? See, yesterday, pre-pandemic, you worked in your local environment and you got on a plane and you went to another environment and you worked there and you went back to your home environment. Today's new environment changes all of that. And yes, you will still travel to meet with people, but to be efficient and effective, you might need to pre-qualify them before you get on a plane and fly somewhere to have a useless meeting. How do you coach them as they make this transition? And what do I need to do to create a positive work environment where they can thrive and we meet or exceed expectations? Bill really set this presentation up for me very, very well. Thank you, Bill. There are 3 points we need to ensure in order to create a sustainable team. Now, does anybody have any idea what I mean by a sustainable team? Somebody shout out, what do I mean by a sustainable team? They can work together. They don't quit. Why don't they quit, Bill? Because they are engaged. They are tied to this last point, the expectations. And by engaging individuals and setting those expectations, you will ultimately increase productivity. So today we're going to learn why employee engagement is so critical to an organization's bottom line. We'll look at the 5 conditions that allow employees to engage with their work and drive results. And then we'll look at the how. We'll look at the full value of PXT Select, which is a tool that I've utilized in my business, that I believe in so much that I have adapted it and want to share it with the world for nurturing, engaging, and developing your workforce for success. Now, Jacob Morgan, the best-selling author or futurist, says, the big problem with employee engagement is that it is not the cause of something. The big problem with employee engagement is that it is not the cause of something. The employee experience is the cause, and an engaged workforce is the effect. When we look at the facts, Harvard Business Review and Gallup Company, which is a huge research firm in the United States, took 3 years and studied over 300,000 employees across all industry sectors. And their results found that 52% of employees are disengaged, 30% are engaged, and 18% are actively disengaged. Let's look at what that means. We have 10 people riding this bike. Does it take everybody to pedal it to help it move forward? No. Does it make it much easier if everybody is pedaling to move it forward? The research shows that 3 people, the actively engaged, are pedaling at the hardest pace that they can. 6 of these individuals are not pedaling at all. Those are the disengaged. And then you have 3 that are actively disengaged, pumping the brakes as the 3 in the front are trying to move the bike forward. Do we have any organizations where we have actively disengaged people? Let me break that down to common terms. Those are the people that are trying to tear down what everybody is trying to build up. Those are the people that steal money from your organization. Those are the people that you entrust to lock the business up at the end of the day, but not only don't lock it up, but open the door for their friends to come and wipe you out clean. This is not unique to any one country or any one culture. This is a human problem. It is estimated that $550+ billion a year is lost in productivity from actively disengaged employees in the United States. To put that into context, that's roughly the annual GDP of Thailand or the Philippines. This is an entire country's gross domestic product that is being lost by individuals that are stealing the pens from your office. Not because they need a pen at home, but because they want it and it was there. These are the people that print 5,000 copies of the same document because they don't purchase the ink. They don't purchase the paper. These are the same individuals that blame government, that blame politicians, that blame wealthy, that blame everybody else for all of their issues. These are the same individuals that show up to your office, ask you for a job, smile in your face, do that good old shuck and jive dance. You give them the job, and then they are worthless. We're going to look at 5 conditions to a stronger employee experience, not only in turbulent times, but also in non-turbulent times or smooth times. It starts with meaningful work. It moves to hands-on management. It then further excels to a positive work environment. Then we move to growth opportunities. And it finally lies within trust in leadership. Leaders, are you doing everything you can to build trust among your teams, among your staff, among your other leaders? Are you walking the walk versus just talking the talk? When we look at meaningful work, this is the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. My undergraduate degree is in healthcare management. Since I was a little boy, I was conditioned to grow up to be one of 3 things: a doctor, a lawyer, a school teacher. I come from a family of educators. My grandfather, my father's father, being one of the very first African-American principals in the Chicago public school system. Everybody on both sides of my family has taught in K through 12 or the collegiate level at some point in their life, and I am no exception. I taught 3rd through 5th and then went to high school. I don't like high school kids, I have found out. The 3rd through 5th I could kind of work with because they're still fun. The high school kids know everything already, so what was the purpose of me being there? I left undergrad. I walked into Rush University Medical Center as a unit clerical manager, managing 160 direct reports and over 600 individuals at any given time, because there was only 3 of us that alternated shifts. Yet the hospital operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I was offered and accepted the most money I had ever seen in my life at that point. $48,200 a year, plus benefits. Somebody was going to pay me to take 5 days off a year so I could go on vacation. This was it. I've hit it. I didn't go to become a doctor, but I'm working in healthcare, and I'm on my way to making that good money. The money, 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 the money. I'm miserable. I dread going to work every day. I have to actively pump myself up just to get into the car. I have to listen to gospel music the entire drive just not to rip somebody's head off when I walk into that job. Until I heard a voice one day, I believe it's the man upstairs, who asked me why. Why are you forcing yourself to do something that you don't like? And how long will you do it? Will you retire from here? If you retire from here, what is your health going to look like? What will I look like? Will I look youthful and rejuvenated? Or will I look old and run down and wrinkled and hurt and on a bunch of medications? I made a decision in that moment, standing in front of an elevator bank, that this was not for me, and I needed to move forward. I needed to do work that was truly meaningful to me, and not what others had told me meaningful work was. When we look at meaningful work, we have to ensure that the job and the person fit, just like a shoe. If you wear a shoe that is too big, you can't run very far without tripping. And if you've ever worn a shoe that was too small, you probably won't get up out the chair because it hurts so much. You must have autonomy. You must be empowered as an individual and as a team. And you must have time for slack. So when we look at the job link, the job fit, the missing link, we have the skill fit, which includes education, training, experience, and skills. The majority of people that go to university in the United States do not work in the field in which they major. But almost all undergraduate degrees start off with 2 years of basics. It's the same stuff. It's Math 101 and 102. It's English 101 and 102. If you're going to go into a sciences, it's biology, zoology, or chemistry. If you're going to go into management, it's accounting, managerial accounting, bookkeeping. These skills are the core foundational skills that we need. It's much different from training. Training is what we've done here over the last 2 weeks and will continue over the next 3. Training is investing in oneself so that you may obtain the skill sets that you need to be the best performer in the job that you've chosen. And there must be a company fit. The company fit is attitudes, values, appearances, and integrity. Integrity, integrity, integrity. If you work for a scam artist, what makes you any different? In order for me to be 100% fulfilled in the work that I do, that work has to have value and integrity. We also have job fit. And job fit looks at our thinking styles, our behavioral traits, our motivational interest. We look at the past, present, and the future. In the past, when we're selecting individuals to join our teams, to join our companies, we base it off of the application and how well they write, or how well of a writing instructor they had when they were in first and second grade. Well, I went to Catholic school. The reason that my handwriting was good, or is good, my mother still says that it's poor, was because I got beat over the hands every time I misspelled something or it wasn't absolutely perfect. We live in a generation today where most people don't write anything down, they're typing it into a computer. A resume. I have grown to learn that a resume is worth just as much as the piece of paper that it's printed on, because I can go onto a website, I can hire a consultant to write me the most beautiful resume in the world, but it does not predict how I am going to perform when I'm actually in the job. Experience. I can have a resume full of experiences, but how successful was I in those experiences? Oh, you managed $1.5 million budget. You built that budget to a $110 million budget. Oh, great. Did you really do that alone? Or was it the direct result of somebody else and you just got the accolades? And then we run background checks. We make call references. In the past, in the present, we interview people. We do 360-degree reviews annually. And then we do those year-end appraisals that say, congratulations, but the type of grading that I do, I never give anybody a perfect score, and so therefore you're at a 4 versus 5, and this is your worth. That's garbage. And every time somebody tells me that, I really could kick them. The future, just like everything else, involves predictive job fit assessment data. Can they do the job? Those are the cognitive skills. How do they do the job? Those are the behavioral traits. And will they enjoy the job? Those are the motivation interests. An individual's characteristics include their thinking styles, their behavioral traits, and their interests. The job requirements include an individual's thinking styles, behavioral traits, and interests. When we align those individual characteristics with the job requirements, we get our job fit. I use a performance model to help me assess job fit for individuals. Has anybody ever hired somebody and then 3 months later they say, oh, I have to leave to go to university, but I want this job again when I'm done with university? Yeah, well, that serves me no good today, and I just wasted a whole bunch of time hiring an individual and money. When we look at the performance model, we break it down into thinking styles, behavioral traits, and the top interest. The PTX Selects Performance Model Report presents those traits and behaviors that are required to perform successfully in a given role. And it's a great tool to define what the ideal candidate looks like and assess that potential candidate against it. Now, how the performance models are built. We want to replicate top performers, right? Proven success You follow proven success? Or here, let me put it like this. Don't recreate the wheel. Perfect the wheel. We take the perfect wheel and we customize that perfect wheel to our job models. And once we have the perfect wheel for each job model, we can create a performance model library. Now, here's an example of an operations manager. This individual has an overall fit of 83%. The higher the number, the more of a fit that individual is. Now, just because someone scores lower on a certain category doesn't mean they're not a good fit for the job, but it means you as a leader are going to have to invest more time and effort into developing those skills. As leaders, we oftentimes hire people and expect the people around them to train them and to put them where they're supposed to be. And I ask CEOs and directors on a regular basis, what is your job? And they often tell me, oh, to monitor the numbers and to make sure that the production is this and to make sure that this is this. That is not the job of a leader. The role of a leader is to build those that are following them. So we use the assessment data to help create a personalized profile, and we compare those to the person's characteristics against the role's performance model, and we also are going to use these to coach and train these individuals over the course of their employment. So when we want to match talent opportunities, there's one person and one position. There's a comprehensive selection report. The report has result summaries, performance models, and even interview questions to help you further assess how well an individual can adapt to the core skills that need to be for this position. And then the report comes out looking like this. You have your introduction. It has your results summary, your performance model, and those interview questions. And interview questions based upon their thinking style, their behavioral traits, and their interest. We also can tell if someone is trying to cheat on the assessment. How are they cheating on the assessment? Well, when people sit and it takes them a long time to answer one of the questions, that means that they're really thinking about what you want them to say in the questions. And these should be answered based upon how you feel immediately. Now, I'm going to move past this slide. I've talked about these three. We're going to move on to hands-on management. Hands-on management, a good manager is someone who isn't worried about their own career, but rather the career of their people. The biggest reward I get from training and development is seeing each and every one of your successes. When I go back home and I pick up WhatsApp, I pick up Instagram, I pick up Facebook, and I see you've closed another deal. I see you have provided homes for another family. You've built another development successfully with integrity. I know then that I've done my job. I am a success. It's not about the money that I make, but it's about the people that I impact. In order to manage individuals, your goals must be crystal clear. Who's ever worked for a job and started and had no clue what they were supposed to do? How frustrating was that? And how stressful was that? If you're going to lead individuals, you must tell them what success looks like and what steps they need to take to become successful. Is the manager and the employee a good fit? Are you coaching your individuals? Or are you just directing them, go here, go there, pick this, get this. Did you hit the sales goal this month? And then we look at performance management. The manager-employee fit is one of the biggest attributes that has to be considered. And before you can consider if someone else is a good fit for you, you have to do some self-soul searching to determine if you're a good fit to be a manager, to be a leader. Everybody is not made to lead. And if we had a world full of leaders and no followers and no staff or employees, we'd be in a world of chaos. Now, the PXT Select Manager Employee Report compares the manager's results with those of the candidate or employee. A great tool for developing a strong manager-employee relationship. If you ever want to know how you lead and how others perceive you leading, ask your spouse. Now you better be ready for the answer, because your spouse is likely going to give it to you. You go into the office and you say, well, tell me how I lead. And they say, oh, Mr. Hampton, you're just so great, and you're the best, and we love you, and you got us. Oh, look at this great office that we have here. And then I walk out of the room and they say, did this fool really come and ask us what we thought about him? Can he see our face every time he says something? Probably not. I'm oblivious to it. I think that you just had a stomach ache that day. And then we look at assertiveness, the expression of opinion and need for control of an individual. How do we work together? And what are my tendencies? And what are that other individual's tendencies? In this example, my tendencies, you're likely comfortable letting others take charge. Oliver here, he may sometimes prefer to lead discussions and take charge of situations. Do you know your characteristic traits and how to work with another individual? And you might consider giving Oliver Chase opportunities to take the lead on some discussions and assignments, but encouraging him to actively seek out feedback from his less assertive colleagues. We also have a summary of reflection. How do the differences in pace affect your ability to work together? If I'm fast-paced and my colleague is a little more slow-paced individual, does that mean that we can't work together? No. We need to know which pace each other works at so that we can meet in the middle. And as a fast-paced individual myself, it's important for me to support and foster the slow-paced individual. Because the slow-paced individual is going to see minor details that I am always going to miss, because I'm a decision maker. We got to go. We got to make these moves. We got to sell these properties. We got to build this business. And my slow-paced person says, Maurice, hold on. Slow down. Did you consider X, Y, or Z? When we look at our coaching reports provide a deeper understanding of the person's motivation, strengths, and challenge areas. It provides useful tips on how an individual may approach different aspects of the role to maximize their performance in the role. And then we move to a positive work environment. Has anybody ever worked in a negative work environment? How draining is that? You go home at the end of the day and you have nothing left for anybody else, especially yourself. This is today's working environment syndrome. We work in environments that are negative. We work in environments that promote scamming or defrauding the customer or the consumer. Many of you think I'm talking about somebody's real estate brokerage. It could be a real estate brokerage. It could be Amazon. It could be Facebook. It could be Google. In fact, what we have discovered in researching employee engagement and employee satisfaction is that some of the most unsatisfied employees exist in the tech industry. They get yelled at, they're forced to work long hours, and it's never enough. The strength of the team is each individual member, and the strength of each individual member is the team. Do you have a team fit? Do you offer a flexible work environment? Is your work environment inclusive and diverse? And what type of cultural recognitions exist? I want to talk about that flexible work environment. I turn the news on today and all I see is companies trying to force their employees to come back into work. They're more productive in the office. No, they're not. They are absolutely not more productive in the office. COVID-19 taught us that employees working from home via Zoom not only are 30% more effective, but they work on average 3 to 4 more hours a day than they would have in the office. Yet, as a company, I'm so worried about this brick and mortar office space that I'm paying rent on. And that's the wrong thing to worry about. Now, we done built these office spaces, we done put gyms in them, we've put canteens in them, and laundry facilities, and spas, and saunas, and break rooms, and meditation rooms, and mental wellness rooms to support the individual. Yet, we don't really want to support the individual. We want them to come in the office, sit in the cubicle for 8 hours a day, and say, oh, I did it. I did the work that you were requesting of me. We have to look at the reality. I don't care where my employees are. Are you doing the work? We do hold our meetings virtually, with the exception of 4. We have 3 breakfast or lunch meetings annually, and during the holiday season, the December holiday season, we have 1 big company dinner together. And these meetings are not for us discussing our company goals and how we're going to achieve them, but rather how we can connect better with one another. The reality of it is you spend more time with those that you work with than you do your own family. Yet we know least about those that we work with. How can we succeed as a team if I don't know that my colleague is having family health challenges? This has been a whirlwind year for me. I've lost my stepmother this year. My brother was diagnosed with leukemia. My best friend was diagnosed with leukemia only after discovering that he had 3 brain aneurysms that were going to be easy to fix with a stent until the blood test came back and showed that there was leukemia, in which he did not leave the hospital. He immediately went through blood transfusions and bone marrow transplants, which are extremely painful. I like to keep all that stuff to myself. Oh, don't put it on anybody else. And I would walk into the office, I would go into a showing, and my staff would say, Maurice, there's something wrong. Oh, no, I'm fine. How are you feeling today? I'm fantastic. No, you're not. We can tell what's going on. When I hit my breaking point, when it all seemed like it was going to just blow up, I finally started to confide in my staff. And what did my staff do? What do you think my staff did? They supported me. They came to my rescue. They told me to stop and go home. You're going to take your first set of sick days that you've ever taken in this business. And I didn't want to. And then the question was asked, why? Because you don't trust us? My business feeds my family. My business supports my entire life. And I put it into their hands every day. If I can't trust them in supporting me, Why would I trust them with my business? I've already given them the trust, and they've already shown me that they can rise to the occasion. So I did. I went home. I laid down. I took a nap. It was a really, really rare concept for me. But when I woke up from that nap, I was able to see how I could support my family. Because before that, I was not supporting them. I was just showing up heavy and drained. And they could feel it as well. My stepsister couldn't cry on my shoulder because she didn't want me to break. My brother did not tell me about his leukemia diagnosis for weeks. In fact, he still has, to this day, has not told me about it. My sister told me. And we just don't talk about it because that's what us brothers do. It just, if we don't look at it, it doesn't exist. I need the tools to support my positive work environment. And that positive work environment doesn't just start with me, it starts with everybody that's on the team. Move past assertiveness and go to growth opportunities. The growth and development of people is the highest calling of a leader. Do I hire my administrative assistants to be my administrative assistants for the rest of the company's life and the rest of their lives? Absolutely not. I hire them and I hire their dreams. I hire their aspirations. How can I help you reach your goals so you can help me reach mine? It comes with training and support, career mobility, dynamic learning and learning as an overall culture. Within my business, for all of this that I've heard over the last 2 weeks, it's too expensive and I have to walk away and I'm losing business and blah, 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 about why you can't be here sitting in these seats. Elevating your educational skills starts at the core. So to my organizational leaders, I ask you, when was the last time you forced your team to learn new skills and move beyond their comfort zones? What do you have in place to help an individual excel through their career mobility? Maybe that administrative assistant really wants to be a doctor. Even though I'm in the real estate industry, I can still support and help that individual make those goals. What about the individual that comes to me and works for 3 months and says, I'm going to university? Well, if you shared that with me from the very beginning, I could find a part-time fit to support you in your educational development and goals while still growing and developing our company. The individual's feedback report provides guidance for the interpretation of the results, and it also is going to recommend, it's recommended to be provided with the individual graph report. Now, the PXT Select Individuals Graph Report shows a participant's results across 20 characteristics, and PXT Select Coaching Reports provides a deeper understanding of that person's motivations, strengths, and challenges. I no longer need to guess. I'm utilizing predictive tools to understand what the individual is telling me, not what I think they're telling me. It provides useful tips on how an individual may approach different aspects of their role to maximize their performance on the role. And then we move to our final of the 5. And I'm going to move past these several reports, and that is trust and leadership. No company can win over the long run without energizing employees who believe in the mission and understanding how to achieve it. Mission and purpose. Thank you, Bishop, for bringing this to the forefront this morning. Leadership development. Transparency and inspiration are the key ingredients to success in any organization and trust in leadership. I work with business owners all over the board, and everybody has a vision and a mission and a business plan. And when I say, what is your vision? Nobody can articulate it. What is the company's mission? Nobody can articulate it. They have to go rumbling in the bottom of the drawer somewhere to pull out the dusty business plan to tell you what the mission and the purpose or the vision of the company is. If we don't have a mission, if we don't have a vision, if we don't have directions to get to where we're going, how are we expected to arrive there? Leadership is for everyone. It's a mindset. 6 leadership skills. Create a vision. Imagine new ideas, directions, and innovation for the future. Think big and redefine the boundaries of what is possible. Push yourself beyond your comfort zones. Visit other countries. Go to other trade shows. Go to concrete trade shows all over the world to see what the newest and latest technology is in building concrete. Then I can speak to my constituents, my consumers, and my team to help them understand why my product is better than the next, or how we can better develop our product. In this real estate industry, it is so easy to identify what the other team is doing. Why? Because they put it out on the internet every day. You see COD on Instagram every single day. You know where Desmond has been. You know where he's going. You know what properties he's been into. You know that he used drone photography, professional photography. And so why would you look at such professional work and pick up a flip phone to take pictures of your real estate? Don't recreate the wheel. Find a way to understand how the wheel is constructed and identify manners in which you can make it more efficient. I live in Chicago, Illinois. We have 2 seasons, hot and blazing cold. And it's nasty. When I say blazing cold just doesn't come with cold. It comes with wind, it comes with snow, it comes with sleet, it comes with ice. When I purchase tires, I can't just purchase a regular all-season tire. I have to have an all-season tire that not only has a strong weather rating, a winter weather rating, but I'm also going to have them do additional steps with the tire, such as siping the rubber on the tire wheels. Siping is a process of cutting more lines into the top of the wheel so that it has better grip on the cold, on the ice. If I drive with ball tires in January, I am putting my life in danger and the life of my children. Bill can tell you how many accidents we see that are fatal every single winter. The moment it snows, the moment it freezes over, there's fatal accidents because individuals don't take time to equip themselves with the right tools to be safe. How did I learn about siping of tires? I did my research. I slid around in the winter a couple of times. In fact, my first car was a 1989 Toyota Corolla, and a buddy of mine was selling a 1989 Thunderbird, which I had to have, and he was going to let me pay him in installments. What I did not understand was that that T-top Thunderbird was the worst vehicle for driving in Chicago winter times. I can't tell you how many intersections I just slid through. You just slide for a half a mile. You're just going, and you're praying the whole way that nobody is coming across the intersection, because then you know where that's going to lead. Had I done my research and not been so bullheaded, I might have discovered that a vehicle with a little bit more weight in the back and overall might have been the best option for me. Develop strategies. Transform goals and ideas into action plans and leverage the unique resources and challenges to be agents of change. We don't have a rail system here. Okay, go around the world, find out who has the best rail systems, how were they developed, what were the bad things that went wrong with them, what were the good things that happened with them, and how do you not repeat the same mistakes? History repeats itself. And one of the worst things that we do is repeat history over and over and over again. 1918, 1920 was the Spanish flu. Soldiers returning home from World War I, no jobs, the economy was absolutely decimated. This sound familiar, y'all? Does this sound like March 13, 2020? We lived it all over again. Did we do better or worse? We must ensure results. Implement organizational priorities. Set the pace of work and establish expectations of quality throughout your team. Inspire people. Create clarity and unity around ideas. Communicate with contagious enthusiasm. For many of you guys, it is no surprise that I am ecstatic about my real estate career. Are you able to exude that same enthusiasm to others? Be approachable. Now, luckily, Ghana is a very friendly country. Y'all smile, so I don't really have to, go too much in here. But some other countries I go to, and in America, I have to tell people, smile. Did you sit on a tack? You look like you have a pain somewhere. Oh, no, I'm fine. You drank sour milk. That's what it was. You kneeled on Cheerios? Because your face is telling me that you're extremely miserable. Are you approachable? Seek clarification. Address concerns and present ideas. Cultivate a sense of openness to feedback and build morale. And mentor others. Mentor others and help team members develop the skills, connections, and confidence to do the job more efficiently. You can't just put a training program in front of somebody and hope that they're going to be successful. That's like throwing mud on a wall and hoping that it sticks. You got to go the extra mile. You have to put them in your car. You have to show them how you have become successful. Hands-on. All of my staff, new agents, buyer's agents, or selling agents, go out in the field with me, Asia, which is our vice president of operations, or my wife, Brandy. I know that we're the best in the industry. Not because we sell the most, but because we pay the most attention to our clients and educate them before, during, and after every single transaction so that they're not walking around in the dark. Now, your PXT Select Leadership Report provides insight into a candidate's leadership potential and their approach to meeting leadership challenges. And it's a great tool for talent selection and leadership development opportunities. It highlights potential strengths such as this individual probably considers different possibilities and their potential consequences when generating ideas. Potential challenges. They may be biased towards ideas that generate consensus or mitigate risk. And then if you're interviewing the individual, questions that you might ask Oliver is to describe a time when you strongly favored a course of action for the team that others disagreed with or felt was risky? How did you proceed, and what was the consequence? In every situation, we're going to have strong personalities and not so strong personalities. We cannot let the strong personalities overpower and overtalk the not so strong personalities, because that's how we lose the best ideas, the best opportunities to move forward. And I'm going to encourage each and every one of you to start to remove the word no from your vocabulary and replace it with yes. As I was 12 or 13, I sat in church one Sunday. My pastor ministered to us, and the whole service was about saying yes. It resonated with me so much that I began to say yes. Do you want to go to lunch today? Yes. Not, well, I don't have any money today. I don't get paid till next week. Yes. Would you like an opportunity to do this? Yes. Maurice, get up on the stage and say something. Yes. Maurice, go and meet with this client. Yes. They're a billionaire. They have a lot of stuff to sell. I have a lot of value to add to them. Whoa, yes takes me very, very far. When my kids ask, Daddy, can we go to the playground? And I've just gotten off a plane from Ghana after working for 2 straight weeks, and all I want to do is get into bed and go to sleep and readjust to the time zone. Yes. Because it's an opportunity that I may never, ever, ever get again. It's an opportunity that I likely will never get again. Because regardless of what I'm doing, my children are growing. I look back through my iPhone, and it seems like just yesterday I was holding them here. My daughter started her freshman year of high school this year. My son is in 6th grade. My wife sent me pictures of him on the soccer field yesterday. And he's such a big kid. He's not the little kid that was playing with the dirt and the grass on the soccer field and getting hit in the head with the ball. He's at the goal. He's in place. He's intense. I mean, the last time he was goalie, before he grew up, he just watched the ball go into the net and wouldn't even pick it up. Like, oh, that's cool, they scored, yay. No, son, no, that's not how we do it. Growth is inevitable. So the 5 conditions to a stronger employee experience in turbulent times includes meaningful work, hands-on management, positive work environments, growth opportunities, and trust in leadership. Are you ready to strive in turbulent times? Provide stronger employee experiences, increase employee engagement, which will in turn produce higher productivity and will exceed all your expectations. We have a quick case study here from Starbucks and how they serve up a culture of engagement. Anybody familiar with Starbucks? I was a Starbucks addict until the pandemic. And when they closed Starbucks, like that first week, I didn't know what to do. And my wife said, well, there's 3 coffee makers in this house, a coffee press, and a percolator. If you take the coffee out of the cabinet, grind the beans, and put it in the top with some water, voila, it's coffee. No, it's not. It's not Starbucks coffee. Starbucks has created such a culture of employee engagement. They're happy to go to work. They're smiling and working as a team behind the counters. And every time I walk in, Christine, Tom, or Becky says, "Hi, Mr. Hampton, how you doing? Oh, I just saw Korean Kai this morning. Your wife must be taking them to school this morning." When I came back to Starbucks the first time after the pandemic, it had been 2 years since I walked into that Starbucks. "Oh, Maurice, oh my God, you're here. Where have you been?" We've been open for a year and a half now. How come you haven't been in here? Oh, I've been making coffee at home. Well, you don't have to come here to just buy coffee. You can come and sit here and do your work. We want to see you. The employees that are engaged, the employees that enjoy going to work, create an amazing experience for your consumers, for your clients, and your customers. Experiences that send them around the world to Ghana to talk to an audience about. I can't tell you how special I feel when I walk into my local Starbucks and they greet me by name. They know what order I like. They even joke with me and say, so you're going for 2 croissant rolls again this week? How your pants fitting? That's been the new thing since Starbucks opened back up. The dragon fruit drink with the ham and cheese croissant. Oh, those croissants are so good. And then I throw a chocolate chip cookie on top of it. I know. We're on our way to lunch. And so, with that, what type of culture are you creating? Are you creating a Starbucks culture where your customers, clients, and consumers feel as though they're part of the team? Or are you creating a silo where only you know the success, you only know how to reach the goals, and you have the map with all of the directions, and everybody is supposed to follow you blindly? Thank you, folks. Questions? It's lunchtime, too.
Hello. Questions or lunch? Right, we take a few questions, definitely. Please, let's do this quickly, then we can go to lunch. But Maurice, thank you very much for that. That was a really incredible one. Please, let's do a better one for him. Any more questions, please? Right, Vicky has a question.
You think it's a question? Say a very big thank you to Maurice Hampton. He works hand in hand with Bill Emsley. Maurice has been here 3 times?
4.
4 times, left his family, left his business, has been in Ghana to teach a CIPS class 2021 and 2022. He has certified 32 CIPS students last year, and they are doing very great in their businesses. And this year, we had 17 students in the CIPS. He's probably coming back next year so for CIPS 3, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Maurice.
I must see all of your staff in those classes. Everybody needs the tools to be successful. Your tools start with your GREPA membership. If you are a real estate broker operating without an MLS, you're not a real estate broker. You're a cab driver running around trying to flip properties. And I say that with all the love in the world, and you guys all know I've talked to you. Don't go out halfway. Go all the way in. Education and professional development is not an expense, it's an investment into you. You invest in your vehicles, you invest in all sorts of clothes and everything else, and you don't invest in yourself. If you don't invest in yourself, where do you think you're going to go?
I think you need lunch now.
Yeah.
Well, how do you go? Okay, right. So I promise to get back to you on the questions around the awards. So,
Thank you.
right. So,
Thank you.
so the awards is the black tie event. You all know that black tie event. So, gentlemen, black tie. Ladies, wonderful gowns. The next thing, if you need the tickets, please contact the registration desk. Just speak to them at the registration desk. They have the pricing, they have everything for you there. And yes, the exhibition will continue. Gasserman, please speak with Saforo. He will give you a better information on that. So if there are no more questions for Maurice, please let's go for lunch. We will start with short people. Like I say, we are endangered species. So when you go, let the short men and the short women take their food. We always endangered. Thank you very much. See you after lunch. After lunch, we'll go into the next speaker sessions on insurance. Somebody will also speak to us on home ownership and finance. And then the last one will be on sustainable tax governance and transparency. Thank you very much. See you after lunch.